must admit, not as much news as what I was expecting. I thought there would be quite a bit of news that would be out there and bits of information, follow-up, fallout, all of that kind of stuff. It seems like Tony Khan didn't want to talk about MJF during the post-media scrum, whatever you want to call it. He didn't want to talk about MJF. So that was kind of out of bounds. So nothing came out of the media after the show had ended. What we have heard is that apparently there's going to be a meeting soon. It is expected he will be out for a few weeks, although that is not confirmed. It is thought that he will be out for a few weeks. There will be a meeting between him and Tony Khan, and we're going to have to wait and see what the fallout is from that. So that's the latest. That's where we are. There's a lot of talk online, which is quite interesting, but there's a lot of talk online about how this is potentially now going to start to become, if it hasn't already, start to become a work. Now, need to be crystal clear on this. No one is saying that him missing the meet and greet was a work. No one is saying that him booking a flight and potentially missing Double or Nothing was a work. But there is a thought that what they're going to look to do now is turn it into a work. So, try and find a way forwards. And, it's going to be very interesting to see how it plays out and what comes out of it. But, so far, that's where we are with that. So, no more updates, unfortunately. Not really anything else to talk about. But lots of conversation on Twitter, as you can imagine, as to was it a work, was it not a work, all that kind of stuff. Nothing's changed. I mean, everything I've read, nothing has changed. Everyone's saying that what went down is legit. There's real frustrations, but there is talk that they might start now to kind of play into it a little bit more. So at what point that kicks in and it starts to become a work could be interesting, and obviously will depend on if he's going to stay. I mean, to be honest, they might have a meeting and it might be decided he's not going to stay. And, I mean, then they won't make it a work, will they? They'll just get terminated. So, still none the wiser on that front, unfortunately. So that's MJF anyway. In regards to tonight, it's a bit weird, actually, at the moment, because Raw, I don't know if you feel the same as me, but Raw is a bit strange. Raw's a bit strange because we don't have a champion, because it's Roman, and Roman's not on the show, or at least not advertised for the show. So it really feels like the champion not being around makes Raw feel a little weird. But that's all right, because we've plugged it with two things. There's two things that have really stepped up and filled that gap of there not being a champion. One of them is RK Bro. RK Bro have had, they've opened Raws and they've been in main events, and their feud with the Usos has very much plugged the gap. So RK Bro have really got a lot of the spotlight because the champion's not been around. So RK Bro is one. And the other one is Cody, right? And so Cody has massively benefited from that. And I would say Cody feels like the biggest solo star on Raw right now. So he is the other person that's massively benefited. But RK Bro are obviously going through some problems because apparently the injury to Randy Orton is legit. It is an actual injury, which is why tonight on Raw we've got Riddle and Shinsuke. It's actually Riddle and Shinsuke Nakamura that are now going to be going up against the Usos. So apparently the Randy Orton injury is legit, and that is a massive blow. So not only do we not have Roman or a champion on Raw, we don't have one of the two kind of big aspects that's been kind of covering the gap, and that's RK Bro. We don't have RK Bro now, so RK Bro have gone. The Cody story is fine. I would just say a little stale. I think that him and Seth has been good up until this point. I feel like, I mean, I don't know about you, I'm just ready for him to move on from Seth. He's had 2 incredible matches. I'm sure the third is going to be brilliant, but how predictable was last week? He has a match with The Miz, and Seth comes down and attacks. Super predictable. Just, I don't know. I mean, tonight we've got Cody, and he's going to address the fact, he's going to talk about the fact he was attacked. I sort of feel like it's just, we're on cruise control. Like, it's not a segment that I'm really expecting to be that great. It's just another talking segment. This time he's going to talk about how he got attacked last week, and it's like, it does feel like we're just drifting our way to this third match. So Raw feels a bit strange, to be honest. It's got Cody, but not in a segment that I'm crazy excited for. It's not like, oh, I wonder what's going to happen. So we got that. We don't have RK Bro. We don't have Roman Reigns. We do have Asuka. I think Asuka coming back has been big. That's been great. So we do have Asuka taking on Bianca Belair, but we already know that Hell in a Cell is going to be Asuka versus Bianca versus Becky. So again, it's got a bit of a go-home element to it at this show. And do you know what? I don't actually know when Hell in a Cell is, but it does have a little bit of a go-home vibe to this show, where we're just sort of spinning our wheels a little bit, and there's nothing that's like massively, I can't see where the swerves are. In fact, that makes sense, because it is. According to this, Hell in a Cell is Sunday, which I actually didn't know. So Hell in a Cell is on Sunday, so this is the go-home. How strange. How strange is that? Legit, I promise you, if I genuinely didn't know it was this weekend. In my mind, I thought it was about 2 to 3 weeks away for Hell in a Cell. And, yeah, how weird is that? How weird is that, like, you go, oh, it's a bit weird, this show. Like, I just feel like we're spinning our wheels. There's nothing here that's like, oh, like, yeah, crazy. Like, where's the swerves? Like, we're going to have Cody talking about last week's attack. We've got Asuka in a match against Bianca, but we already know what she's doing at Hell in a Cell. And then I've just looked, and there it is, 6th of June. And that is this weekend. So, yeah, I genuinely didn't know that. But, yeah, this show, looking at it, felt like it was a go-home to me. It had that vibe where we're just spinning our wheels. So, I am looking forward to Riddle and Nakamura, though. They are taking on the Usos. So I would imagine they will win, get a title opportunity, and they'll be added to the card. Oh my God. That is, do you know what? That has absolutely thrown me out, because I am not ready for that show. Like, I haven't got this weekend planned yet. I haven't had a chance to sit down and plan the weekend. So, Drizzle Dog said time goes by so quickly. Yeah, it does, doesn't it? I'm gonna have to get Hell in a Cell sorted. I'm thinking about, like, do I need to get predictions done and everything? I wonder if I should use the podcast tomorrow. We've got a podcast tomorrow, which I could do predictions on. Although I might be able to find a way of doing... I'll have to look into it. Daniel said, there has been a slight update on MJF and Tony Khan. About an hour ago, MJF has not left Vegas and has had a sit-down one-on-one with Tony meeting today. Oh, I heard they had one coming up. I didn't hear it was today, so that's interesting. But I did hear there was one that was coming up, so hopefully we do hear some fallout of that then. That's interesting. Daniel, shout out to you. Dort Knight said, there's too many main events in WWE, too many weeks before each on where nothing's going on. There's too many main events in WWE, too many weeks before each where that. I have no idea what that means. I feel like it's sort of around what we were saying, but yes, if I've missed the point, you'll have to let me know. I mean, I have absolutely missed the point. Hub says, Days, I am Hub. Hello, Hub. You probably don't remember me, but I used to go by the name of Gary on here. I used to be a member, but I had to cancel. No problems. Hub, welcome back. Hub FN. I I like the fact that you've returned. You've returned to the fold, and it's great to see you again. So I hope you are well. Hope you're excited. I mean, I don't want to get it twisted. It's still Raw. Do you know what I mean? I still wake up and I'm like, okay, yeah. I mean, I get excited for like the big streams that we've got, and like Raw is definitely one of those that you just know there's going to be a few people around for it. There's always going to be something to talk about. Even if it is a go-home show, you know, there's going to be 3 hours of something. There'll be something to talk about. And if nothing else, we can talk about what we think's going to happen at Hell in a Cell, and, you know, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. So, yeah, I reckon there'll be some stuff. And if nothing else, we'll get to see Asuka. I love Asuka, so I'm quite happy. Dave said, I'm hoping to be awake during Hell in a Cell this weekend, unlike last night. I did hear about that, Dave. Yeah, I heard that you nodded off, and I gotta be honest, mate, I don't blame you. I absolutely don't blame you. I think that's a pretty solid review of Double or Nothing. I didn't think it was a bad show. Let's not get it twisted. I gave it 6.75, but oh my god, I think it's still going on. I don't think it's ended. I think it's still happening. I think, honestly, I'm pretty sure if I go onto Fight TV, they'll still be fighting. So, it was long, so long. I think they're using it as like a torture thing in Guantanamo Bay now. I think what they're doing is they're showing it to prisoners and forcing them to sit through the whole thing in one go. It was so long that I've actually put onto my CV the fact that I watched it live in one sitting and I made it through to the end. That's on my CV now. So if I go for a job, people will be like, oh, I see that you actually managed to sit through and watch the whole of Double or Nothing live, was it? Yes, I did. Wow. Well, I think you've got the job. Yeah, it was long, man. It was long. Wrestle with Andy said, can we do halftime scores now that we're at the halfway point of a marathon Double or Nothing pay-per-view? I don't even know if we're halfway, mate. I don't even know if we're halfway. Yeah, it was long. I mean, what I would say is, you know, there's a lot of hardcore AEW fans that were like, look, I pay like X amount of dollars for this. I want it to be long. And I do understand that argument. I mean, like, it's like, I think 20 odd quid, £20, something like that, $20, I don't know, something like that. In America, I believe it's a lot more. And so I do understand that I want my money's worth aspect to it. But I think it's fine to go for quality over quantity. I think if you have... I actually think it would have been a better show. My score would have been higher had it have been shorter, because there was some really good stuff on that show. And it's just sort of lost amongst like a lot of unnecessary stuff. You could cut an hour off that show with easy. If ever you've had to edit videos, right, and some of you might have YouTube channels and everything, you'll know like it can be tricky sometimes to figure out where to cut and where to edit down. And you're like, oh, but I really don't want to lose that bit, but I need to try and get it, like, the video's too long. I need to try and get it a bit shorter. I don't want to take that out. Should I take this out? And it can be a nightmare sometimes when you're editing to try and figure out. I've done it with toy hunts and stuff where, I really like that, and I really like that, and I really like that, but I don't want the video being 15 minutes. It doesn't need to be that long. I always try to get it, like, 8 to 10, around that ballpark. And if ever I was doing like a toy hunt, and if it was like 15, I'd be like, nah, it's too long. And I'm always trying to, I'll take this bit out and I'll take this little bit out. Honestly, give me the scissors. I could cut an hour out of Double or Nothing and it would be absolutely fine. Like, I would have no stress, no dramas. Yep, chop that bit, cut that. And I'm telling you, it would be a much, much stronger show. I'm very much a quality over quantity guy, but I did see the other point being made that people were saying like, "Nah, I've paid my money. I want a long show." Do you know what I mean? I don't know. I mean, I wonder if those people have that same attitude when they go to the cinema. Do you know when they go to the cinema, they're like, "Well, oh my god, I could go and watch Star Wars, but it's only 2 hours long, or I could go and watch this French film with subtitles, but it is 7 hours. I'll go for the French film. I don't like France. I don't like French people. I don't like subtitles, but it is 7 hours long. And I do want my money's worth. So I'll go for the French film. I mean, I'm very much someone that would go for the quality over the quantity. But, yeah. I've seen very mixed reviews on it as well, you know. Very, very mixed reviews. It's one that's definitely divided opinion. I put my score onto Twitter. I broke it down last night. Gave it 6.75. Explained why. I was like, man, it was too long, but there was some really good stuff in there. I thought Anarchy in the Arena was a highlight. I thought there was, such a fun match. You just didn't know what to look at, and there was so much going on. It's like, wow, we've got this happening, and now we're going here, and now we're there. And the editing of that match is quite impressive as well, because you're just constantly cut into action. It's just action, 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 action. And it's like, right, we're going there. Now let's go over here. And it was just so, like, crazy. I mean, it was really fun. But I didn't feel like many of the actual in-ring matches got to, like, 4 stars or anything like this. Like, there was a lot that was around 3 point something, but nothing was a 4, nothing was a 5, nowhere near a 5. So for me, I was like, and the whole thing was too long, and the longer it was going, the more I was like, oh my God, really, battling to get through. And as you said, Dave nodded off during his watch along, which I totally understand. So for me, I gave it 6.75. I had people telling me I was wrong because my score was too low, and people telling me that I was wrong because my score was too high. I had people coming at me from both angles. I couldn't win. I've learnt that a long time ago with Twitter, though. You can't win. Don't even try to win. There's no winning on Twitter. You can't win, right? So I put a score out, and I had people coming at me from all angles. It's too high. It's too low. Are you blind? Do you even watch wrestling? Do you even know what wrestling is? It's like, Jesus. Calm down. Calm down, everyone. I thought it was quite a fair score. But if you enjoyed it, very good. I'm glad you enjoyed it. I'm glad you... it was good. I mean, look, there was good stuff in it. It was not a bad show by any means. Not a bad show by any means. There was enough there. Really like the Ember Moon has come in as well. I think that's good. The MJF match was obviously super intriguing. New champion with CM Punk was really good. Anarchy in the Arena was really good. Yeah, I mean, look, there was quite a bit that I took away from it. But, yeah, it just was. It was too long. And as I said, I don't think any of those in-ring matches really got to, like, the 4 or 5 range. So, them's were my thoughts. But if you enjoyed it, that's great. If you didn't, don't worry. It's ended now, I think. I have no idea. It's probably still going. But we'll see what Wednesday holds and the fallout of it. Double or Nothing reminded me of Mania 35 because of its length and just trying to get everything on the card, says Jeremy. That was a chore. Listen, if anyone thinks I'm having a pop at AEW, listen up. WrestleMania 35 was horrific, right? Again, very similar. There's some decent stuff on that card, but if you actually sat, and I think we did, I mean, I'd have to go back and find the stream, but I'm fairly certain I like to start an hour before because I like this. I like chatting with you guys, getting your thoughts, seeing what people are saying, and just chatting away, right? I enjoy this, so that's why we always start the hour before, talk about news. If we just started when the show started, we couldn't really talk about latest news, go through theories, all that kind of stuff. I love that stuff. So I'm pretty sure I would have started an hour before. Then there was the 2-hour pre-show. And then the actual main show went 5 hours something. I'm fairly certain that's got to be an 8-hour stream. Something like that. That is long. And that's why you'll get no complaints out of me for a 2-day WrestleMania. After WrestleMania 35, we went to a 2-day WrestleMania. And honestly, maybe Double or Nothing should be 2 days. Maybe Double or Nothing should be 2 days and you do 2.5 hours each night. You could aim for 2.5 to 3 hours each day You would even be able to get even more people on the card then, because at the moment it's 4 hours 40. You could actually extend it another hour and have it across 2 days. And I don't know, like, if that would... I don't know if like, you'd have to increase the price. Hopefully you wouldn't. Be great if your $70 got you 2 days rather than just one, or $50 or however much it was. So I would be totally down for a 2-day double or nothing, if they're going to keep it that long. But yeah, I know that the 2-day WrestleMania very much splits opinions, but I'm all for it. If the alternative is, going back to what we had to suffer at WrestleMania 35, then no thanks. You're wrong. Your score was too accurate, says Wrestle with Andy. I've not had that one, to be honest, but I'm prepared for it. I'm prepared for that criticism. Luke said the women's title match was a solid, proper top 5 women's match that I've seen, says Luke. Hasib says, I don't know if you saw, but UFC is going to start at 6, which means it will finish before Devin Haney, Cambosis Jr., if you was planning on doing it. I am 1,000% doing Cambosis Jr., Devin Haney, and I would even go as far as to say that that is my priority. I want to do, obviously, UFC, because we do it every week, but I think, I'd have to look at it, but my priority is to do Haney and Cambosis. I want to have a look at that undercard. Trying to then fit in UFC is going to be interesting. I'm going to have to look and see how it plays out. But I have literally, you have seen, as I have discovered live on stream, that it's actually Hell in a Cell this weekend as well. So that is also news to me. So that just gives you an idea of how prepared I am for this weekend at the moment. Not at all is the answer. Jaden says, I had a stupendous Sunday and night. Nottingham Forest are back. I know, love it. Welcome back. Come on, you Reds. And my favourite AEW superstar, CM Punk, is All Elite. Yep, very good. All Elite champion. He did win it. It was, again, that divided opinion. There was people saying that they did Hangman dirty. But I like that moment. I think that show needed that moment, to be honest. I think if you got to the end of a 4-hour, 40-minute pay-per-view and the end result was Hangman retained and he waves to the fans and that's it, I think that would have been a little flat. I think you would have needed someone to have come out and attacked him. I think you would have needed something to have ended the show on a bit of a shock, on a bit of a oh my god moment. And I think you got that with CM Punk winning. So I actually like the fact CM Punk did it. I like the fact CM Punk won it. I think that was a positive. Felt like it was worth sticking around to the end of the show for. And yeah, we'll see what the fallout is on Wednesday. David said, Uncle Dave says that Tony Khan brought an extra hour of pay-per-view time to give Martha Hart as much time as she wanted to talk, and then he added 2 extra matches. Okay. I mean, it was still too long. I mean, nothing's going to change my mind on this. It was. I think it's right that she was allowed to say whatever she wanted, basically talk as much as she wanted. I would like to think that he said to her, obviously, we've got a run time. The fans are going to want to hear for you, but can you aim for like 5 minutes? 5 minutes around that ballpark? I'd like to think he would give her at least some kind of guideline. I mean, she went out. She spoke for a little while. She said some great stuff. It was great. It was fine. I don't think she outstayed a welcome or anything. I actually said at the time, there ain't no one that's going to tell her to wrap this up. Right? She's got as long as she wants. There ain't no one that's coming out and telling her to wrap this up. So that makes total sense if he had, bought a bit of extra pay-per-view time and, decided to use it. But, yeah, if it's a one-off for that, then maybe you can understand it. But, if it's going to be a regular thing like that, then I think they should look at splitting it into potentially 2 days. I wonder if that would work for them, because I don't know if you have to rent the arena for like a couple of days, because you got to set up the ring. You know, like WWE used to set up the ring for WrestleMania like on a Thursday, Friday, and then they would do the show on a Sunday. And it meant that they'd run rehearsals on a Saturday, but they weren't really utilizing it. Now, having 2-day WrestleMania is really good for them, because it means they can sell 2 days worth of tickets. It means they can charge a little bit extra on pay-per-view, but we know the pay-per-view model has died. It means they can get more of their superstars onto the card. It means that it's not as much of a slog to sit through. So I think the 2-day thing has worked really well for WWE. And so if it works financially for AEW, might just be worth looking at for just a couple of their, not all their pay-per-views, but just the couple of big ones. You know, you could do All In, All Out, whatever it was. You could do that over 2 days. You could do Double or Nothing. I wouldn't do a 2-day Full Gear, and I wouldn't do a 2-day Revolution. But I think you could potentially get away with it for the big ones. I mean, Double or Nothing is special because it's sort of like their WrestleMania / SummerSlam. They don't really have a WrestleMania / SummerSlam, but if they were to have one, it would probably be Double or Nothing, or it would probably be All Out, All In, because of its history. Those are the two that always stand out. So, yeah, I mean, it was a big deal for them last night. And, things happened. It was, anarchy in the arena, I thought was good. I personally, if someone was like, oh, what's your favourite out of Stadium Stampede 1, Stadium Stampede 2, Blood and Guts, or Anarchy in the Arena, I'd say Anarchy in the Arena was the best out of all of those matches. That, for me personally, I enjoyed it more than any of the other ones. Those big multi-man kind of matches, you know. Jim says pay-per-view died a long time ago. They still sell them, though. They do still advertise them. But it is true. I don't know who's buying them now, to be honest. I haven't seen any figures on them anymore. But they must still do them. They must still sell them. They certainly still advertise them, but God knows who to. Maybe, I don't know, pubs, bars. I wonder if they have to buy it. I wonder if they're not allowed to use the net. I don't know how you'd police that, to be honest. I don't think you could police it. That's interesting, though, isn't it? If I had a pub and WrestleMania was on, do I just pay $9.99 and then I can show it in my pub? Because you got to think that's a good way of bringing in. Do you know what I mean? The local wrestling fans, I'm sure, would be up for coming down to your pub. Fancy dressing up. I did that, actually, for WrestleMania 30. I didn't dress up. But I went to a pub for WrestleMania 30. And, God, it was so good. I had so much fun. It was a brilliant night. You've got to remember, here in the UK, WrestleMania's, starts at midnight. Starts at, midnight, 1 in the morning. Won't finish till, 4 or 5 in the morning. So it is a bit strange going to a pub at that time, but it's only the same as going out to a club or something. But bought a ticket in advance, got there, had a table, and just drinking all night. And they had cocktails named after, they had a cocktail called the Shield. They had one that was the Game. They had the Brahma Bull. They had all wrestling-themed cocktails, and they had the big screen on. There was people in fancy dress walking around. They were just before it all started, before the show started. They were playing wrestling-themed songs, so they had that on as well. So they made a bit of an effort. It was just great. I mean, imagine being in a pub when the Undertaker's streak ended. I was in a pub. No, there weren't loads of people. I'd say there's about 50-odd people there. So it weren't hundreds and hundreds. But there's about 50-odd people in this pub. And on a big screen, WrestleMania 30. And, yeah, God, when the streak ended, It was brilliant. Being in that room and just the shock and... Yeah, it's brilliant. It's brilliant. So if ever you get to watch like wrestling in that kind of environment, I do recommend it. Unless you're like super young, then, you know, you probably shouldn't be going to pubs. But do it anyway. Who were the two opponents that Sasha and Naomi didn't want to work with, says WWE Spiteful? Well, I believe that it was Doudrop and Nikki ASH, but it's kind of come out since that apparently that might not be true, and there was that guy that had that tweet out who claimed to be a friend of like Naomi or Sasha, and he was saying that there's never been any problems with anyone, so don't know where that information has come from. It feels like what might have happened is maybe a slight miscommunication on that. I mean, again, we haven't got the full details, but I think that Sasha's point was that she wanted to stay in the tag division and she wanted other people to get the opportunities and she wanted other girls to work with her. So I don't know if she had an issue with them, but she might have had an issue with them being in that match because she wanted them to be working with her in the tag division instead. Like, I sort of think like maybe it's a little miscommunication whereby she hasn't got a problem working with them, but she doesn't want to work with them in that match. She wants other women in that match and she wants to work with them, you know, in a feud for the tag titles, blah, 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 right? So it could just be a little miscommunication like that. But obviously we've still not heard from Sasha, we've not heard from Naomi, we haven't heard that side of it. The only reason that I've said that for me it was all unprofessional is because I'm taking that tweet that came out that gave us that other side, that other perspective, the Sasha perspective, the Naomi perspective. I'm taking that as like that person is telling the truth and that they do know Sasha, they do know Naomi, and this is their side of it. So I feel like if that's true, we've got a little glimpse into their side of it. But obviously we haven't heard from them yet. So I don't know when we will. I mean, obviously, no idea what the future's going to hold with that. I mean, apparently Vince still fuming. And yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see how that plays out. Matt said, with AEW taking so many pot shots at WWE, would they now be able to incorporate what has been one of WWE's more sensible ideas in regards to the two-night pay-per-view? Sure. I mean, in the business world, it doesn't really matter, does it? I mean, it doesn't really matter. If they do it, if they do a two-night show, then are WWE fans going to be like, oh, look at them, they're copying WWE? Of course they are, right? Any opportunity for hardcore WWE fans that have got no interest in AEW and actively hate AEW, any opportunity to have a pop at them, they'll have a pop at them. But that works the other way around as well. Hardcore AEW fans, any opportunity for them to have a pop at WWE, they will have a pop at WWE. Do you know what? I saw so many saying that, actually. I saw so many tweets of fans talking about Double or Nothing. I saw loads of AEW fans going, yeah, all right, the pay-per-view was a bit long, but I give it a solid 7. It's still better than a WWE show. Like, it's so weird how they can't just talk about Double or Nothing without adding in that little bit at the end. Like, yeah, all right, the show was long, but it's still a solid 7 show. I still really enjoyed it. Still better than WWE. They just can't help themselves. These, like, die-hard AEW till I die. Do you know what I mean? They've got, like, Tony Khan naked tattooed on their arms and everything. Like, just, give me AEW and nothing else. Always have a little dig at WWE, but that works the other way around as well. You know, die-hard WWE fans that have got naked Vince McMahon tattooed on their arms. Don't lie, some of you have, come on. They'll also have a pop at AEW any opportunity. So if AEW did bring in a 2-day pay-per-view. I think that if they're going to do long pay-per-views, it would be a good way forward. WWE have done it, and it's worked for them. And honestly, to hell with anyone that's going to you're just copying WWE. It's just business, isn't it? They're just doing what's right. They're just doing what the logical thing would be to do. So, and if anyone wants to moan about it, well, let them moan. So I wouldn't think that would put them off. I would hope it wouldn't put them off. WWE Vibes says, do you think that the UK would have Clash at the Castle yearly in WWE? Because I cancelled my Clash tickets. I was excited to see Roman and Cody. All the hotels were booked and trains, and I hope to go next time. I'm sorry to hear that, dude. Do I think it would be a yearly thing? I think it's going to depend on how this goes. I think it depends on how ticket sales go. I think it's going to depend on how logistically it goes, like how easy is it to get all the stars over, and how easy is it for them getting into the stadium and doing the show and being able to broadcast it. Is there any kind of technical issues? I can't imagine any of that is going to be a problem, but doing a show on this scale in the UK is something they have not done in a long time. So where's the lighting coming from, and all of that kind of stuff? Where's the bit that goes around the ring coming from? Like, I'm sure you can fly it over. Like the big lighting rig. The pillars and the big canopy that goes over the ring, and all. 'Cause it might rain, so you're gonna need like some coverage over the ring. So all of that stuff, like getting that over. Yes, they can do it for Saudi, but then Saudi is paying them so much money that it is no problem, right? They'll fly over whatever needs to be flown over, but, is the UK Clash at the Castle going to make the money that's going to warrant flying all that stuff over? So I would say, what's the weather like? What's the ticket sales like? How is it going to go logistically with all that kind of stuff? Then on top of all of that, what are the views like? I mean, it's going to be on at a slightly different time because it's in the UK, so how does that affect the views? Now, I would imagine they feel a bit more confident on that because, of course, they've done the Saudi shows, and the Saudi shows are at a different time, so they'll have an idea as to how the Saudi shows perform from a viewing point of view. But they're gonna have an expectation. They're gonna have numbers that we don't see. So they will know how many people watch their shows on Peacock that we don't get to see. So, how many people tuned in on Peacock to watch WrestleMania? No idea. No idea. They don't release those numbers. How many people watch Royal Rumble? Not a clue. They don't release those numbers, so we are not privy to that. So they'll have an expectation of how many people tune in to Clash at the Castle and how does that show perform against those numbers. If all of that comes through really strong and they make a ton of money and there's a hunger for more, then yes, I could see them coming back and doing another one. But I would say that if it's a bit and it doesn't feel like it's really worth doing again, then potentially they won't come back and do another one. I don't think you can sit here and say they're going to definitely make it a yearly thing when we haven't had a show on this scale since 1992. So, do you know what I mean? It's a long, long time ago. So, 30-odd years. So, the only thing I would say is that I think BT Sport would like to see them doing something on this scale in the UK. BT Sport obviously is the UK network that covers them over here. They've got a good relationship with them, and I think that BT Sport would like to see them doing, more things like that. So there's probably conversations and pressure that's being put on WWE by BT Sport, but honestly, I don't think that pressure is anything that's going to affect Vince. Vince will do what's right for WWE, and I think if the numbers come through good, then yeah, we could see more. If not, then I hate to say that this could be, a bit of a one-off, but We'll have to see, honestly. I mean, I can't sit here and say they're going to do it every year until we know how it's performed. And that's my honest answer. Jason says, New Japan has got a multiple night pay-per-views. Does that mean that WWE copied them? ? It's just the way wrestling is going. As a fan, I think we win with multiple nights. I agree with you. I agree. And it's a really good point as well, because Wrestle Kingdom did go to 2 nights before WrestleMania did. So, yeah, it's a really good point. The tickets for Clash at the Castle have now sold out. It's at 69,000 plus. Also, they could do it yearly if they sell 10,000 more, but I'm not 100% sure. Honestly, I mean, I can only go back to what I've just said. If it's sold out, that's obviously a very good sign. But how has it sold out? Like, how, again, they'll have an expectation of how much money they wanted to make. How much did they end up selling those tickets for, right? So did they sell them all? How many have they comped? Because every WWE show does comps, which means they give them out for free. They give them out for, I mean, I used to work in an entertainment store, and whenever they used to come and do a tour, we used to get a couple of tickets just sent through to the shop. Just free. Here you go. Thanks for selling our DVDs. Thanks for, supporting us. Here's a couple of free tickets. And we were just a local shop. So, I know they go to radio stations for competitions. I'm sure they get given away as, prizes for local school kids. I'm sure, be a star, those kind of campaigns, be a star. I'm sure that, people that have done stuff in the community would be rewarded with free tickets. Here's some free tickets to the show. Comps is always something that WWE do, and I don't know how many comps have been given out. I'm sure BT Sport got a load of free tickets. BT Sport undoubtedly, no doubt in my mind, get given a ton of tickets for, friends and family and producers and whatever. Thanks for showing our product in the UK. Here's, 1,000 free tickets to share amongst the employees or whatever. So, yeah, I don't know how many of that 60-odd thousand would be comps. I don't know if they sold out at the price point they wanted to sell out. The fact it sold out so quick is obviously a good sign. If it is sold out now, that would suggest that if they did lower the price at any point, probably didn't lower it too far because they lowered it and it sold out. If this was the week before and it still wasn't sold out, then, maybe they'd be knocking tickets out at 20 quid or something. But, so the fact it sold out so early is a positive sign. But without knowing logistically if it goes all right, without knowing what the viewing figures are like, can't sit here and say oh, well, that means they'll definitely be back. Don't know yet. Don't know. James said, how dare you have an opinion on something you love watching? I know, James. I know. I'm trying to cut back on opinions. I'm not. This would be a really dull stream. And it's dull enough as it is. I've got a song for you. Oh. Honestly, Edward, I don't know if you could have started a segment, a little comment worse than I've got a song for you. In fact, it doesn't make me want to read anymore. I'm not going to read anymore. I've got a song for you is where I'm going to end that comment. Jaden said, I am going to meet Braun. Amazing. And former WWE stars at Motor Point Arena this Saturday. And I want to let everyone know that there's more tickets on sale. Is that the Nottingham West? Is it West? I can't remember. It's the ones that is run by Authors of Pain. Am I just making this up? It's got Braun against Alistair Overeem. Are you going to meet Alistair Overeem? If I was going, I would. I've met Braun. Lovely guy. Lovely guy. Really great guy. Nothing but nice things to say about Braun Strowman. I met him. Amazing. Right? I'd want to meet Alistair Overeem. He's in the main. He's the guy that's taking on Braun. He beat Brock Lesnar legit. Alistair Overeem is a guy that had a real fight with Brock Lesnar and he beat him. You tell me that's not cool. You tell me that's not cool. You tell me that's not cool. It's cool. Alistair Overeem is cool. And he was in the UFC, of course. This wasn't just a fight on the street. It was in the UFC, and he beat him in his debut. And he unfortunately never quite made it to the title, but he was always one of those names that you thought he might do it. Surely he's going to be a champion one day. And he was always in the conversation, but could never quite get there. But still, a really, really cool Alistair Overeem. I love Alistair Overeem. So I would meet him. I think I'd like shake his hand and be like, "You beat Brock Lesnar," and he'd be like, "I know," and I'd be like, "Ah," and he'd be like, "Ah." It'd be really fun. Have fun, Jaden. Have fun. Are AEW fans going to complain that there's a part-timer now as a champion? Of course they won't. What's wrong with WWE is right with AEW. They are hypocrites. Whoa. Settle down. Settle down, everyone. Settle down. I think the stuff that AEW do really well. I think the stuff they don't do very well. I think the stuff that WWE do very well. I think the stuff that WWE don't do very well. I think that, yeah. I think this war is never going to end, is it? It's never going to end. And I do blame AEW for that. Not just AEW, WWE's fault as well, but we spoke about this the other day. AEW took shots at WWE, with Cody breaking the throne and Jericho now running around saying that he's, the wizard and king of sports entertainment. All of that is having a little dig at WWE. CM Punk coming back saying that he hadn't been in wrestling since he was in Ring of Honor, when, of course, he'd been in WWE, and it was a little dig at how WWE is not a wrestling company. So there's lots, just constant little digs, and it feels like they have really positioned themselves as being the anti-WWE, and, that has bled into their fan base, and that has then bled into social media, and now you just get all this constant bickering. And, every time the ratings, even now, I don't even look at the ratings anymore. I used to when AEW was going up against NXT, but I don't even look at it anymore. I don't even look at it. I don't care about what AEW fans say about WWE. Equally, I'm not bothered about what WWE fans say about AEW. I think that noise is a bit of a shame now. I think that's a bit of a shame, because I sort of feel like AEW is doing some really good stuff, but there is still that kind of war that's playing out, and it would be much nicer if that just went away. It would be good if Tony Khan was to be a bit more positive about WWE. I think if he was to come out and say that he's got respect for WWE, he's got respect for what Vince McMahon does. But again, Tony Khan, it was great to have a sit-down meeting with Dana White and tell him about how WWE have got a show in Vegas the same weekend as his pay-per-view. And it was all just not, it was so not necessary. It's just completely not necessary for Tony Khan to tweet that out. But all that does is it fuels this war, isn't it? Just fuels this war. And it's silly. The last show I went to was Undertaker and Kane confronting the Wyatt family. I still can't believe they did that for us in Manchester, says WWE Vibes. Seeb said, did Thunder Rosa and Serena Deeb exceed your expectations, or was you underwhelmed? Really interesting match. So my thoughts on that are that I went into it a bit nervous, because I love both women. I love Thunder Rosa. I know I'm a bit down on her at the moment, but that's only because I haven't seen any great matches out of her for a while. Serena Deeb, I think, is brilliant. I love Serena Deeb. I've really enjoyed her matches. So these two women going up against each other should be like a dream match for me. So I was going into it with hope. I can't tell you where my expectations were because, they could have delivered one of the greatest women's matches of all time. Equally, it could have been a bit clunky and been a little bit off because some of Thunder's recent matches have felt that way to me. And I think I came out of it relieved that they put on a really solid performance. I would say that it wasn't like in the 4s for me. I would probably give it like a 3.5, 3.75. I thought it was one of the best in-ring matches that we actually got. I thought it was a little bit too long. Not loads, but look, I thought the whole show was too long, so I'd be cutting time out of pretty much every match. But that could definitely have had a few minutes shaved off it, maybe 5 minutes shaved off it. I thought the start was really good. I tell you one thing that I thought during the match though, and this is an interesting point, right? I'm going to make I think an interesting point here. I really like wrestling, and when I say that, I mean I really like wrestling. I really like the actual psychology, the grappling, the actual watching two people trying to get the better of the other person. Like, I really like watching that and the psychology of that, and what moves are they going for, and how are they going to outsmart their opponent. Like, I really like thinking about that kind of thing. And something really struck me during the Thunder Rosa Serena Deeb match that I don't know if I've ever really thought about it before, but it was really obvious during this match. And that was there were way too many reversals. Way too many reversals. Like, it was so nice watching them go for something, and then the other person was able to flip out of it or spin out of it or reverse out of it. And, like, you've got two great wrestlers that are trying to go for something. So, like, Serena Deeb would go for the arm, and Thunder Rosa would, like, twist and she'd get out of it. And you'd be like, oh, that's nice. That's nice. Thunder Rosa escaped that. That's good, right? And that's fine. But when you see them doing it again and again and again and again and again, it becomes a bit much, whereby all of a sudden they both sort of start looking both competent and also incompetent. They're competent because they're able to reverse, but they're incompetent because none of their offense is working. Like, everything they're going for is being countered and is being reversed out of it. So, like, defensively, both women were great because they were being put into positions and they were able to defend and get out of it. So they were constantly reversing moves, but offensively, they were god-awful. They were rubbish because every move they were going for was being countered. And, like, after a while, I found myself going, like, it stopped being believable. It started actually to become more of a bit of, like, just doing it to show off. Like, it felt like they were doing it so much. They were trying to, like, show off, like, oh, look how skillful we are. Look how great we are. Any move that you put on me, I can get out of it. But when both people are doing that a lot, what it actually achieves is it makes both look incompetent. It looks like neither woman is good enough to actually get, like, a hold on the other woman. Neither woman is good enough to actually cause a problem to the other woman. Like, I understand they're both, like, cancelling each other out, but I feel like there was too much of it. And, it was something that I've seen before in wrestling, but I just felt like they went a bit OTT with it in this match. And then the match went a bit long, and then there was definitely some moves that were a bit clunky, just a few things that didn't look quite right. I've said before, I don't mind botches in matches. I think it can make the matches feel a bit more realistic. Because if you're in a fight, if you're having a fight with someone, it's not all beautifully executed. Yeah, it's just like arms and elbows and legs and, everything everywhere. So, it's the way that it goes sometimes. But I thought that they were just a bit too clever for their own good sometimes. Just a little bit too clever for their own good. I would have liked to have seen less reversals. Shout out to David Smith, who says, who do you think will beat the Usos for the Tag Team Championships? And everyone can say one thing. So, what, you want everyone to answer that, David? Who does? So this is a question for the community. That's nice. We've got about 3 minutes, so that's nice. So there you go. Put in your answers to David. Who do you think will beat the Usos for the tag team titles? Will they go with Riddle and Shinsuke? Maybe. Maybe not. We'll have to see. I think they're going to get the opportunity at Hell in a Cell, but we'll have to see. So, just to wrap up on that last conversation, did it exceed my expectations? I would say it probably matched where I was thinking it could be. It probably didn't get to the expectation that I thought it could have got to, but it didn't underwhelm either. So, it was not a bad match by any means. I think it was one of the best in-ring matches. And I've seen, actually, a lot of praise for it. Where I'm saying there was too many reversals and it was a bit OTT with, like, how often they were reversing each other, other people have looked at it and gone, it was a technical masterpiece. It was perfection. There's people that are, like, claiming that it's, like, this wonderful in-ring classic. I would say that it wasn't, to be honest. I would say it was like 3.75, and I thought the reversals were a little bit too much. I thought that it was a little bit too long, and it was a little bit clunky in places as well, but still one of my favourite in-ring matches, if not my favourite in-ring match. Right. I think Shinsuke will join a tag team. I don't know who with, but I think he should join them. Gary said, not the Street Profits. I'm done with their smoke. Ezekiel needs to be champion, says Wrestling Maniac. William says, I think it's going to be Los Lotharios. Who do you think will beat Roman for the titles? I think Cody will win the WWE title, and I don't know who will beat him for the Universal, because I don't know he's going to lose that belt anytime soon, to be honest. And I think by the time he does drop it, we might have a Bron Breakker. We might have a Gable Steveson. There will have been a draft. So it's that one's hard to answer. That the Universal is the one, because that's the one that he's had already now for 600 some days. Every day that goes by is another day towards his legendary title reign. I mean, it's already a legendary title reign, but as I said before, I'd love to see it get to 1,000 days. So, if he loses the WWE title, fine. It doesn't change. It doesn't stop his Universal title reign, which, as we said, is very special. Very special. I meant to say I thought Shinsuke should win the tag titles with someone else. Oh, okay. Dort Knight said, how do you feel about my wrestling name? I'm going to call myself Botch Cassidy. Very nice. Very good. Can I be your Sundance Kid? Right, here we go. We're in Des Moines. Raw is beginning, and we are beginning with Big Time Bex. Big Time Bex coming out looking like a metal bird. Love it. Look at this. She's looking like a disco gobbledygooker. Big Time Bex. Is she might be, I don't know if she's here to do a promo, or she might be here to talk about Asuka and Bianca. We've got that on the show tonight. Yep. Des Moines. He's going to beat Bruno's records. Jeez. I can't say I'm expecting that, but it'll be quite the occasion if he can do that. I think I saw Simon Miller send a tweet out saying that if he was going to do that, he'd have to be champion till 2028. So I think we can file it in the unlikely column, but I am your king. Acknowledge me, says King Savage. Shout out to you. Herb says, I like how Becky has evolved. Becky Lynch is dressing like the new generation era. Good to see. It's about time someone did. No recaps. Straight to the action, says Jessen. Well, slight recaps as Becky makes her way into the ring, but it is true. No recaps to, like, open the show. Immediately open the show, which is good. I much prefer it this way. Just let's go straight into something, shall we? Let's go straight into... Let's get some excitement going. Asuka versus Bianca versus Becky. Raw Women's Championship. Hell in a Cell. She looks great. I like her hair. I do like her hair. She looks good with her hair like that. Welcome to Monday Night Raw. It feels so good to do that again. It is something that people like to do, that Welcome to Monday Night Raw thing. Days, I don't know about you, but I always feel excited and intrigued when we're 1 hour away from Raw, even if it's a disappointing 3-hour show. There's no denying that this stream builds excitement, says Big Time Baxter. That's exciting. That's good. That's nice. Appreciate that, my friend. Yeah, I agree. Okay, Becky having a bit of fun with the crowd here. I don't live for you, I live for me. She says she's feeling pretty fueled up. She doesn't live for them, she lives for herself. Some people. Some people collect stamps. Some people collect friends. I collect... Who collects friends? Who's collecting friends? What does she mean by that? Just like... in their closet. What's she on about? Who's collecting friends? Unless she means the box set. Maybe you've got Series 1, Series 2. You just need to get the other series and you're trying to get the whole collection. Maybe you've got some Friends pop vinyls. Don't know. She said she collects enemies. I think she needs a new hobby. Collecting enemies, that's not... No way forward, is it? That's no life. That's no life to lead. Right, we're looking at Money in the Bank 2020. That is when Asuka won Money in the Bank. And, of course, inside Money in the Bank was not a contract, silly. There's no contract in there. It was the actual belt. Spoiler. Spoiler alert. There wasn't a contract in there. It was the belt. The belt was in there. Oh, my God. We couldn't believe it. We could not believe it. Still haven't recovered. Still haven't recovered from the shock. She means the Friends DVDs. I think you're right, dude. I think you're right. Maybe she and Seth like to kidnap people and then steal their wardrobes. It does feel like she has mugged Big Bird's going out clothes. I feel like that's what she's wearing. That's what Big Bird wears when he's having a night on the town. I created a selfish, entitled monster. There's no way to talk about Seth. Here's Asuka. Here we go. Here we go. Da-na-na. 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 Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Boom. Oh, I love this woman. I love this woman. She might be my favourite woman. I don't know. I do like my mum. The song was about you, and it was a lovely song. Please read the song. No. Friends Reunited, that's what she was talking about. Oh. Is she living in, like, 10 years ago, is she? Is Friends Reunited still around? I think it got shut down, didn't it? As soon as she's finished in the ring, she's going to go out back, check her MySpace, download a track on Napster, listen to her iPod, first generation iPod. Oh, she's into all of that. Get Becky! Ha ha ha! You're still big time, baby. Yip, 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 yip. I love this woman. I have no idea what she's saying. No one is ready for Asuka. I understand that. Not Bianca. Not Becky. Because... I'm ready to be the new Raw Women's Champion! And then she spins around. Becky tries to make a point, but here comes Bianca. Asuka is easy peasy, the best promo. No one is ready for Asuka. Becky is a baby. Here's Bianca making her way down. Both of y'all need to stop. I'd like it if she went, girls. Miss Becky Lynch. It's going to be a triple threat. I like to do my talking in the ring. Bianca says, I do respect you. But tonight I'm going to have a lot to say. I hope Becky wins at Hell in a Cell, says Tarek. Why are people still wearing a mask? It's embarrassing, says Shola. I don't know. Is there someone in the crowd? Bianca says this belt is not going anywhere. Bianca is my favourite female wrestler, says Hayden. Julio, shout out to you. Hope you are well. Becky, cheap shots. Bianca. Asuka comes over. She's throwing some strikes at Becky. Becky is back in the corner. Asuka coming over. Bianca and Asuka are fighting as to who's going to actually punch Becky. Becky comes out. She wallops Asuka. Asuka goes down. Bianca picks up Becky. She's got her up on her shoulders, looking for the KOD. Drops her outside the ring. Hip attack by Asuka. Becky goes to the outside. Becky on the outside of the ring. Bianca and Asuka inside the ring. They're going to have a one-on-one match. Coming up next. Never needed you at all. Bum, 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 bum. Asuka's dancing. She just gets it, doesn't she, Asuka? I mean, she just is sports entertainment. But not only that, she is a wrestler. I mean, you could put Asuka in AEW. I've got no doubt in my mind she'd be right up there for, like, in-ring action. Like, actually having matches, having wrestling matches, stretching people. Like, you know, her takedowns. Like, her ability to, like, take people down and arm drags, judo throws, jumping arm bars. I mean, that arm bar that she does where she throws someone against the ropes, she jumps up, grabs their arm, twists and takes them down is incredible. I mean, she hasn't done it in a long time, actually. I haven't seen her do it in a while, but she used to do it all the time in NXT. I remember her doing it on Dana Brooke. It's honestly, it's stunning. Where she, like, throws them against the ropes. She jumps up, grabs their arm, takes them down. And before you know it, they're on the ground in an armbar. 1 second, they're bouncing off the ropes. The other second, they're on the floor in an armbar. And she's so fluid. She's so good. She could go into AEW and be one of their best performers. Equally, she can be on WWE dancing away, calling Becky a baby. She just totally gets it. Totally gets it. I mean, like, Vince must just love her. He must just love her. He doesn't love her enough to put her in flipping WrestleMania main events, though. We've had Sasha and Bianca. We've had Ronda. We had Ronda, Charlotte, Becky. We had Sasha and Bianca. We had... Was it Becky and Bianca this year? Was they the main event of night one? I can't remember the main event of night one. No, it wasn't, was it? What the hell was the main event of night one? Was it Stone Cold? Stone Cold was the main event of night one, and then Roman and Brock main event of night two. So, well, either way, Asuka, you know, doesn't really get a look in for those kind of things. She did win the first Royal Rumble, though. I will give him that, and she did win Money in the Bank. But I wish that she was. I wish she was used a little better, actually. Even though she's had all of this great achievement, I still feel like she's just that level still below, like a Becky or a Charlotte or a Bayley or a, dare I say, even a Sasha. I'm sure Sasha would disagree, but she got to main event WrestleMania. Asuka hasn't. I think that's a big one. In fact, Asuka always does really badly at WrestleMania. She lost to Charlotte at WrestleMania. She lost to Rhea. Didn't she lose to Rhea Ripley at WrestleMania 37? She wasn't at this year's WrestleMania due to injury, but her WrestleMania history has not been great at all. I think at WrestleMania 36 she might have been in a tag match. Kabuki Warriors, maybe? Jade needs a lot of ring work to be in the same league as Asuka. Oh, God. Yes. About 20 years. Days, I don't know how you felt about the Cody-Seth feud, but my God, I've enjoyed it. And at Hell in a Cell, they're going to give us a barn burner with blood, sweat, and tears. Absolutely excited. Thoughts? I think their two matches have been right up there with my favourite matches of the year. I think I've absolutely loved both of their matches. I think the week-to-week feud on Raw has been a bit of a mixed bag. Like, it was funny, I was saying tonight feels a bit flat because tonight Cody is going to address, he's going to talk about getting attacked last week. And I was like, it doesn't really feel like an essential segment. It doesn't really feel like we're pushing the story forward, but that's when I found out that it's actually Hell in a Cell this weekend. So all of a sudden I was like, oh, totally get it now. Go home show. I mean, you can't do anything else really other than just, you know, spin your wheels for a week. Just have a segment and just, you know, do something. Because, you know, the matches are made, aren't they, at this point? So, yeah, I like it. I just think the week-to-week on Raw has been... I think we could have done some more exciting stuff. But I am looking forward to the match. Hell in a Cell this Sunday. Actually, let's just have a quick little look at the cards. Let's just have a look at the card. We'll have a look at the Hell in a Cell card and see what the matches are, because it should be there or thereabouts. We are back from commercial break. We've got Asuka going against the ropes. Bianca jumps up. Nice kick to the midsection by Asuka. 4 matches. We've got 4 matches according to Wikipedia. That's it. That's the card for Hell in a Cell. What the flip? Cody versus Seth, Hell in a Cell. Bianca versus Asuka versus Becky, triple threat for the Raw Women's. Bobby versus Omos and MVP in a handicap match. And Ezekiel versus Kevin Owens. That's it. That is Hell in a Cell. I mean, that does not look like it's going to go 4 hours 40 to me. That is not screaming double or nothing. 4 matches so far, so I would imagine that we'll get Usos versus Riddle and Shinsuke getting added to that. I don't know what else will get added, though. I don't know what else we'll chuck in. I feel like we probably need Ronda on there. I would imagine they'll get Ronda onto it. Might be one that Roman sits out, though. I think there's a good chance there's no Roman on this, so Cody against Seth might be our main event. Bianca gets thrown across the ring. I hope Ezekiel wins. Best thing about WWE at the minute, says Dort Knight. Dave said 4 matches. That's short. Yeah. Well, apparently, Dave, they saw that you fell asleep during your watch along, and they took pity on you, and they've kept it short. So they're hoping to have this. It's going to be an hour long pay-per-view. They're not going to do a pre-show or anything. They'll go for an hour. Every match is going to get 10 minutes, and that'll do. That'll do. And we'll just call it an early night. So, James said there doesn't need to be load of matches. No, there doesn't. If you was in charge of WWE and you decided to cut down the number of pay-per-views, presuming no network, so people have to buy them, how many would you do a year? I would be tempted to do 6, because I think that's one every 2 months, and I wouldn't look to be charging the kind of prices that AEW are charging. I'd try and get them cheaper than that. There's no way that you're going to get all of those in stadiums and, whatever, but I would try to get, 4 of them in stadiums. I suppose in a way you're benchmarking it. This is why Vince is such a, I'm going to use the word genius, right? A lot of people, myself included, think that they could do a decent job at booking, right? I would imagine, the majority of you out there would be like, yeah, I could book the shows. And everyone wanted, my GM being brought into the video games. People want to do that, they want to book the shows. And there's loads of great ideas out there. I mean, I don't doubt for a second that a lot of you couldn't book the shows. I think a lot of people could. So, but I think what a lot of us base our ideas on are, extensions of things that have happened in the past. And basically, your knowledge of wrestling, your understanding of wrestling, for a lot of us, really comes from stuff that Vince has already done. I'm sitting here saying I would do, 6 shows a year, 4 of them being, the big ones that are doing stadiums. Kind of like one every season, one for winter, one for summer, one for spring, one for autumn. You do a big show, and then you drop in another couple so that you're basically doing one every 6 months. But, without even thinking about it, that's pretty much what WWE used to do. Because the big 4, you used to have Royal Rumble, you used to have WrestleMania, you used to have SummerSlam, you used to have Survivor Series. So that's exactly what Vince did. So maybe subconsciously, I've only just, gone back to the fact that WWE used to do 4, the big 4. And my brain's kind of used that as a benchmark. Again, that was something else I was thinking the other day. A lot of booking ideas, a lot of things that you would do, you kind of borrow from or build upon things that have happened in the past, or things that you've seen. And that Vince doing a lot of stuff. He's done so. I mean, in fairness, he's been around for so long. I mean, we're over 40 years of Vince McMahon at this stage. So, he's done a lot of stuff in 40 years. But I think there's no denying that he has kind of set the framework for, you know, how you would book. And, you know, he doesn't get it right. His success rate is, you know, 50-50 at best. But that's probably still not a bad success rate. Like, if any of us were to book, I don't know if we'd have a success rate of 50-50, you know, 50% of it being good, 50% being awful. I'd like to think that I could book better than that, but honestly, if you was to book a wrestling show for 40 years, I promise you're getting things wrong. Promise you're going to get stuff wrong. You just are. It'd be impossible. I think it'd be impossible to get everything. Because sometimes you think you've got these great ideas, and then, you know, they're not. You think they're great, no one else does. That happens to me literally every stream. So, this channel's built on that. So, yeah, I've got a lot of respect for what Vince has achieved. James said, I would rather see a special ref or a casket buried alive, 3 stages of hell, or Inferno return in the GM mode. Grant said, hope you are well. Are you going to Clash of the Castle? I am not. I would be tempted to go. I can't say I would 100% go, but I feel like I would if I wasn't streaming and doing this channel. If I was still working in retail, I think there's a good chance I would have got tickets and gone. But I just, you know, it never really crossed my mind to even try and get tickets. Because I know that if I was to go, well, you know, that 100% we can't stream. I know for a fact there's no way I'm going to be able to sit in the stands streaming. It's just not going to happen, is it? You wouldn't be able to hear me. I would have no guarantee on the Wi-Fi. If there was any kind of Wi-Fi, I bet it'd be sketchy at best. Trying to actually watch the show live, and it just wouldn't work. It just wouldn't work. So I already know that if I had gone, then that would be a show we wouldn't stream. And I don't know, man. I just rather do this. So, yeah, I didn't even think about going. Didn't even cross my mind to go. But for those that are going, I hope you have a great time. Mr. Leonardo, shout out to you. Hope you're well. Would you like to see WWE use the lethal lottery in the Battle Bowl? It would be cool to the unique team combos. What do you say? To be honest, some of those old match types, I don't mind them bringing back. And to be honest, I think you could do... Well, we've probably missed the boat. Part of me thinks that you could do a WCW-themed Raw, or you could do an, like, old-school themed Raw. But I think the truth of it probably is they find that it doesn't quite connect with the current audience. I mean, honestly, this product is very easy to watch, isn't it? It's very easy, simple to follow, basic entertainment, basically, right? And I'm not knocking it, of course. I enjoy it. I love it. I love Asuka. I love the dancing around and everything, but there's not tons of, like, depth to it. It's not, like, complicated to follow. And I think that, there's a lot of kids that get into it. This is obviously appeals to quite a young demo and everything, and I just think that if you was to do like a WCW theme show or an old school Legends theme show, I don't know how much the kids and the current audience would really resonate with it. I don't know. Like, for us, it'd be great to bring back some of them old match types and do some like really fun theme shows. Like, you could definitely book that, but I can understand why they don't. I can understand why they don't, because I just think they are focused on the now. They're focused on, trying to entertain like the current audience that they've got. And, I mean, look, you could still use those old match types with the current stars. It doesn't mean that you have to have like loads of legends everywhere. But I don't know. I don't know if people would freak out about it like what we would, because obviously we've got that nostalgia effect. And that wouldn't exist for the kids. the casual fans that have got into wrestling recently during lockdown, the kids that have got into it recently that are young, they're not going to have that nostalgia effect about these things. But equally, those kind of matches are so cool that hopefully they would just enjoy them anyway. So my answer would be yes. I would love to see them try different things and bring some of those kind of matches in. I'd be totally down for it. But equally, I do understand why they don't do it. Because they are just focused very much on the here and the now more than the nostalgia. And I don't think they really... It's very rare that they go for the nostalgia thing. Knee strike there by Asuka. This match is still underway. Almost half an hour gone, by the way, you know. Good little match, this, but the only problem with this match is that it doesn't really matter, does it? Look, these two are facing off with Becky this weekend, so it doesn't really matter who wins. I've never subscribed to the whole momentum thing. Asuka's got Bianca. She's trying to find a submission. She's got her down on the ground. Yeah, it's a really good point because I would love for them to lean into nostalgia more. But I couldn't even tell you the last time we had like a Legends Raw. It's been a little while since we had like a Legends Raw. And when we do get a Legends Raw, you tend to just get like a backstage segment where the legends are playing poker or something like that. Like they don't really utilize the legends as much as what I would like. Oof. Asuka rolling through, trying to roll over Bianca. Bianca reverses. And she gets the win on Asuka, man. That's 2 weeks in a row that Asuka's lost. She lost last week to Becky, and now she's pinned by Bianca. Do you remember when Asuka was undefeated? Do you remember when Asuka was on a flipping mammoth undefeated streak, and now she's just lost twice in a row? Walk out, Asuka! Walk out! Don't stand for it! Walk out! Well, once she regains consciousness, she should walk out. That is so 2022. That's what we do now. Of what? I'm losing a match. Walking out. You wouldn't love to see another Mimosa match, though, would you? No, I don't need to see another Mimosa match. No, I've got nostalgia, but only for good things. Am I allowed to send a video? Am I not allowed because it's a song about you and Tommy? God, what is it with you and songs at the moment? Send it. Did you expect Bianca to lose to Asuka this early? Well, yes, actually, because I am expecting Bianca to win. The reason why I expect Bianca to win is because we know that the plan originally was that she was going to face Naomi. So she was going to be facing Naomi. It was going to be Naomi versus Bianca. And we know Bianca was going to win. Now, when Naomi walked out, that meant they had to find some other people instead. And so they've gone with Asuka and Becky. That's great, but I don't think the plan has changed. I don't think they're going to put the belt on Asuka or Becky. So, yes, on a go-home show, I thought they would have Asuka win. And then at the pay-per-view, Bianca wins and she keeps the title. So I am a little surprised with that result, actually. I thought Asuka wins this, and then Bianca wins at the pay-per-view. What this actually does now is it makes me think, is there a chance that Asuka wins at the pay-per-view? She's lost twice in a row now. She lost to Becky. She lost to Bianca. Could they put the belt on her on Sunday? Or is she literally now just being buried? Are we now just burying Asuka? Is that what's happening? I hope not. Answers on a postcard. Right, the Mysterios have come down. Mysterios, and it's a 6-man tag. Mysterios and Ezekiel. Mysterios and Ezekiel taking on Kevin Owens, and I didn't see who the others were, so I'll put people. Is this a match against Via? I don't know. I know it's the Mysterios and Ezekiel. Say what you want, but AEW treats legends like legends. WWE, not so much. Randy Orton, for example, in his backstage skit with Mark Henry and Big Show. Yeah, I agree. I do agree with that. I mean, everyone knows that's watched the channel for a while that I love the legends. I mean, it's the old school wrestling, the new generation in particular is when I started watching, and so that has a soft spot in my heart. But obviously, you know, I've watched it all throughout the Attitude Era, Ruthless Aggression, into the start of the network, and here we are now with this. I don't know what this era is, but in this current era, this post-COVID era, I do love it. I think there's so many legends as well. If you think about all the wrestlers that they've had during that time, I mean, it is thousands. How do we always just see the same people? You know, like, why do we never see, like, Psycho Sid? He's still alive. And, you know, they had a falling out with Demolition. Are we honestly saying that we can't get that sorted? Imagine if we had, like, a tag team, like... Imagine if we had, like, a great killer tag team that just needed a bit of a boost, needed some advice. And they end up, like, you know, getting in touch with Demolition. They meet up, like, we actually see a vignette of them going somewhere and meeting up with some people, and... How cool would that be? Imagine, I mean, I'm trying to think what team it would be. I mean, like Viking Raiders or someone like that. Imagine the Viking Raiders deciding that they need to find their cutting edge. They need to be more ruthless. They need to be more deadly. They need to, like, you know, not be as nice. And so they do a vignette whereby they say they know who they need to speak to. And next week they're going to do that. And then we finally get the segment. Everyone's going to be like, who are they speaking to? Who are they meeting up with? And then you know, they travel. We see them in their car. They travel to this shack, this place in the woods or something, and there's Demolition. And they're like, are you ready to get to work? And they put them through their paces. And, oh, man, it'd be so good. Oh, it'd be so good. Like, you could do loads of stuff with old legends. So much cool stuff. Instead, we just do silly comedy segments with, as I said, them playing poker or being bullied by Randy Orton. They did something similar to that down in NXT with... they brought in $1 Million Man, which I thought was really fun. And Cameron Grimes had a little run with the $1 Million Championship. They also did that where they went to try and find their shaman. And... we were wondering who it was going to be. MSK went off to, like, you know, meet someone. And they finally met their shaman. It was Riddle. It was Riddle. So it didn't turn out to be a legend. Well, I'm sure Riddle is a legend, but, you know, not an old school legend. But yeah, it turned out to be Riddle, which was kind of crazy. And then he gave them advice and scooters. Shoosh! Oh, it's Alpha Academy. Shoosh! Have you noticed there's no SmackDown matches and the pay-per-view is this weekend? It's going to be busy on SmackDown then. I'm going to have to get some matches on it, unless they're just doing it as like a Raw pay-per-view. Shoosh! I think Ronda will go on it. Probably Ronda against Raquel Rodriguez. I could see that being added. Shoosh! LSW. I hope you're well, mate. Welcome. Also, shoosh! Days. Shoosh! Come on, James. Shoosh! It's addictive. Every time I start it, I flipping can't stop. We've got Alpha Academy and Kevin Owens getting ready to take on the Mysterios and Ezekiel. This is a 6-man tag team match. So Rey Mysterio is in the ring. I sort of feel like, is this really the best way to use Rey? Is it really? I mean, the answer is no, by the way. Imagine we just saw Asuka versus Bianca. We could have a Rey Mysterio match now. Rey Mysterio having like a high-flying, fast-paced, really exciting encounter against, like, you know, some young high-flyer. Instead is with his doofus son. No offense, Dominic, if you are watching. Forearm strike. Kick coming in. One more shoosh. Shoosh! AEW treats the legends well. WWE gives them piggyback rides to the ring. That's true. That's true. God, I'd love to see Dominic doing that for Big Show. It'd break him. It'd break poor Dominic. How would you feel about a tag team arriving at Hell in the Cell for the Royal Jubilee called Game of Scones? A couple of Royal Guards. Oh, I'd love it. I'd love it. Anything to honour the Royal Jubilee is good in my book. God bless the Queen. If you are watching, Mom, God bless you. And your 70 years of service. One love. We the ones. So, yeah, I'm down for that. What are you going to do on your days off this week? I'm sorry, what's a day off? What's a day off? Are you under the illusion that when I don't stream that I'm, sunbathing or something? Do you know what I have been doing, actually? I've got a database now that's taken me months, like honestly months, of listing every Mattel figure that's ever been released. It's took me so flipping long, so I've got to do more work on that. But the great thing is, once I've got that, it's going to make doing figure videos like so easy, because I can use that to go like, let's have a look at all the Roman figures that have been released. Let's have a look at all the Seth figures that have been released. Let's have a look at all the figure attires from WrestleMania 27. I'll have that information very quickly. And I don't have that information right now. So, well, I do, because I've got the database, but it's still not finished. I'd say it's about 70% done. So my plan is to chip away at that a bit more tomorrow. And also get my head around this weekend. I mean, I need to figure out, am I doing UFC? Am I doing the boxing? I am doing the boxing. 100% I'm doing the boxing. Am I doing UFC? Am I doing the boxing? I am doing the boxing. Are we doing Hell in a Cell? We are doing Hell in a Cell. What time does it start? Getting all of that, get the thumbnails made, get the stream set up, do the research that needs to be done. Got to research UFC. Got to research the boxing. I already know, what we're doing with the wrestling. But yeah, I mean, that's what I do on a Tuesday. And I've got the Wrestling Escape Pod stream as well. So, there ain't no days off. Silly. Larry says, when are WWE starting a female tag tournament for the vacated tag titles? Probably gonna, my guess is they're probably gonna wait till Hell in a Cell gets out the way. Soon as Hell in a Cell is done and we've moved it to the side, that was me moving it to the side, then we'll probably go into doing a tag tournament. Edward said, I've said it once, I will say it again. I'm saying it 4 times now. Dominic is a legend. He is a legend. You're not wrong. He is a legend. He is a legend because what him being in WWE sends a very powerful message that if he can be in WWE, anyone can be in WWE. Literally anyone. You don't need to have any wrestling training. You don't need to have a good physique. You don't even need to have good ring gear, right? Anyone can be in WWE. So, I like that. It's very inspirational. And for that reason alone, he goes in the Hall of Fame. Straight in the Hall of Fame. Straight in. Top tier, top ballot. First person in. Head of a class. Because, very inspirational. No, I mean, I'm only joking about no wrestling training. He's clearly got wrestling training. He can clearly do some stuff in the ring. But, to me, he's no more impressive than NXT level. No more impressive than... In fact, there's people in NXT that are more impressive than what Dominic does. Did you see that former WWE star Jake Atlas has been arrested with the charge of battery? His shot was shown. He's been released, but is going to be in court soon. I have not seen that, no. He doesn't strike me as that kind of person, actually. He always came across as, like, quite a nice superstar, and I'm very surprised. If you told me that someone that used to be in NXT had been charged with battery, he would be one of the last names I would have got to. So I'm actually very surprised at that. So that's a shame. Maybe there's more to it, though. Maybe there's, you know, a reason for it. Perhaps it was self-defense or something. Don't know. I've never heard anything about him that's, like, suggests that he would be like that. But maybe he is. Maybe he's an awful person. I don't know. I don't know him. Just very surprised. Big, jumping off, big splash by Otis, but Dominic moves out the way. He's trying to get over to Ezekiel. He's on his hands and knees. They just had a shot of the crowd. There was a lot of kids in that shot in the crowd. Tag. In comes Chad. Chad Gable's in there. With, he's ready to Zeke out. He kicks out at Gable. Knee strike. He's got Owens in one corner. He's got Chad Gable in the other. Splash to Gable. Splash to Owens. Owens goes down. Big splash to Gable. Oh, I like that. I like how he picked him up with one arm. Chucked him on his shoulder. I like that move. 1, 2. Dominic's on the top. Crossbody gets caught by Otis. Here's Ray. Ray with a seated senton dropkick. Otis goes out the ring. Owens is in the ring. He grabs Dominic, throws him over the top. Dominic. Oh, Kevin Owens in position for the 619. Kevin Owens moves out the way. Super kick by Owens. Down goes Gable. Ezekiel is in. He throws Owens out the ring. Goes to help Ray. Dominic comes in. We've got another 619. Double 619 to Gable. To Ezekiel. He picks up Chad Gable. Like a twisting suplex. Delayed suplex. And the face team win. Ezekiel gets the pin on Chad Gable. And it's a win for Ezekiel and the Mysterios. I agree with you on that. The battery of his partner of several years is due in court in June. Sonny said, did you get my email? I have not seen. I don't check emails until... For WEPs, I don't check. Or, to be honest, I don't check my emails at all. Pretty bad at checking my emails. I do it once a week on a Tuesday, so... I'm sure it's come through. David said, sorry I'm late. I went to see Alice Cooper in Birmingham. It was amazing. Oh, I'm glad you had fun. Kevin Owens is not happy. In fact, he's very sad, actually. Look. Throwing stuff around the ringside area. He's not a very good loser, Kevin Owens. Ugh. Freaking out. Right, we're seeing the commentators. Oh, Kevin Owens is Owens having a word with Jimmy Smith. It's kind of interesting, isn't it? Kind of interesting that the commentators started talking, doing a link, and then, like, Kevin Owens jumped over the table, got right at, like, Jimmy Smith. Jimmy Smith was, like, a bit startled. I don't know if he knew that was going to happen, but he was a bit, like, startled. I don't think it's real. I don't think there's any heat there or anything. I think it's all part of the show, but the way that Smith, like, kind of came across, it was as if he, like, it's as if, like, Owens decided, I'm just going to keep this up for a bit longer. I'm going to show how frustrated, I'm going to interrupt this link. That's how upset I am. I don't know if that had been rehearsed. Jimmy Smith looked quite startled. It's fun, though. Good evening. Bit Milliken, shout out to you. Retribution says, you don't know, it might be a mental breakdown if he suffers with mental health problems, especially if it was a family member that he lives with. Maybe. Maybe. Hope you're well, Retribution. Here is Cody Rhodes. Cody Rhodes making his way out. Ma, 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 ma. The American Nightmare. I hate that font. Pyro for Cody. What's the biggest shock of the year so far? Cody, Austin, Flair, or Hogan? Not Flair, Hogan. Austin actually having a match and it being longer than I was expecting was quite a surprise, but I think it's either, do you know, it's either Cody or Sasha and Naomi. It's one of those two. I think Sasha Naomi and them walking out was massive. That was a big deal. I'll say shock. I'll say Cody. I'll go Cody. I think Cody going from AEW was a real surprise shock. But I really think Sasha Naomi thing is right up there. Like, I'm just torn between those two. Who is the Hing General facing? I don't think he's not on this show. He's a SmackDown star. So I don't think there is any Hing General, unfortunately. Juju. Hello, Juju. Juju plays. I've heard that about Juju. My YouTuber's messed up, so I couldn't type in the chat, but I can now. I love you, Days. You are my favourite. Shout out to you, buddy. Appreciate the kind words. I'm pleased that your YouTubers stopped messing up. We get that a lot, actually, you know. I get a lot of people getting in touch going, have you banned me? It's like, no. First of all, I don't ban people. Second of all, I'm way too lazy. So, no is the answer. And I doubt you did anything wrong anyway to get banned by a mod or anything. So, yeah, I get quite a few people getting in touch saying that. So, I don't know. I don't know if there's like a little YouTube quirk that like prevents people from jumping in chats from time to time or whatever. But I have had a few people expressing some issues. But welcome back. Welcome back. Hing General. It's almost been an hour. This has gone quite quick, says Big Boy Dally. Indeed. Yeah, I agree. Not a bad little show so far. Nothing that's essential. I mean, if you missed this first hour, have you really missed anything? Not really. But if you've watched it, it's kind of flown by quite quickly, and I've been quite entertained. So I fell asleep watching your stream last night because it was late, says Jamie. It was late. It was late. Well, do you know what? That just says to me that my soothing tones helped ease you off to sleep last night. And I think, honestly, is there a better way to get off to sleep than hearing my horrible accent? I don't know, actually. I mean, obviously, I don't think I have an accent. I don't think anyone thinks they have an accent. But equally, I must have an accent. But I don't think my accent is like a typical British. Oh, hello. What? I don't have that. But equally, I don't. I mean, I don't know. I don't think I've got. I mean, again, I don't think I've got an accent. But clearly, it's going to sound different if you're in America or if you're in Australia. And maybe even people can hear it, like, if they're in the UK and they can hear that I've got an accent that's not Liverpool, it's not London, it's... I don't know, I feel like I'm quite neutral. I feel like on the scale of accents, I fall bang in the middle. I don't think I've got, like, a thick accent or an extreme accent or anything. I don't know. You've got standard British accent, says Retribution. What's that, though? That's not like, hello. What? Lovely weather we're having. I don't think it's anything like that. Daisy's bedroom voice sends many to sleep, says Herb. Oh, maybe that's where I'm going wrong. James said, are you going to watch England-New Zealand? The first test is on Wednesday. I don't know, is my answer. I mean, I do love cricket, and I do love test cricket. Just talking about how English I am. Just, funny enough, we were literally just talking about how English my accent is. And what better time to express my love for test cricket? So, yeah. My answer is, I will watch it if I'm able to. If I'm awake, if I'm doing something that's going to allow me to watch it, then I will put it on. But if not, then I'll just have to keep an eye on the score. At least you don't sound like Core Blimey Governor. Where's the dead horse? Tomato sauce. Is that what it is? Is that what it is? It's tomato sauce, dead horse. I never knew that. I know that apples and pears are stairs in Cockney rhyming slang. Hello, darling. Oh, Core Blimey Governor. Going up the apples and pears. Gonna have a Ruby Murray. Curry. They've got that. I mean, like, they do Cockney rhyming slang like that. Where they don't say the actual words. They say something that just rhymes with it. Ruby Murray is curry. Apples and pears is stairs. I never knew that dead horse was tomato sauce. It's very confusing if you go to London. Do you want some dead horse on that? What? What? Why would they call it dead horse? No, I'm not happy about that. Right. Let's see what Cody's got to say. Dusty reference. Dusty. Come on, if you're gonna get Cody crying. Cody said that Dusty told him about the special ingredients that Seth had. One of those ingredients was a dead horse. Dead horse! Tomato sauce. Imagine you're me. You get that call. You get that call to have a second chance. I was nervous. It was. I was very nervous. I couldn't come back here with a loss. And I didn't. I was the better man. So, he's telling the story about how he was nervous, how he came back, how he couldn't afford to lose, but how he's managed to come back and get those 2 big wins. Cody is cutting another smarky promo, says Junior. Days, you don't have the Queen's English accent, but you do have a standard English one, which is just generic. That's fine. I'm quite happy with that. Quite happy. I need Seth to know. I need Seth to hear me. He says, all the respect I've got for you. All my respect for you will be locked outside of Hell in a Cell. So, Cody basically saying that I do respect you, but there won't be any of that inside the cell this Sunday. Here is Seth Freakin Rollins. He's interrupting the Cody promo. Cody is waiting. Seth's not coming down. He's looking around. There's a cackle. There's a cackle. Where is he? Oh, he's coming down the stairs. Oh, he's just come from a 3D movie by the looks of it. Seth making his way down in a silver suit. Those are some pretty wild glasses, aren't they? And that is a wild suit as well. I don't like you. Seth says, I don't like you. I don't like you and I don't want you here. I tried to accept the new version of you. He's making his way down the steps. He's in amongst the fans, cutting a promo. This is a bit different. I like him being in the crowd. Seth says, all I can hear is Cody chants. Ah, look at that little kid. Cody, Cody. The crowd are chanting Cody chants. My email for the web, as I made a painting, but it might need you to edit it down. Okay. Miss Leonardo, could you see it coming when they gave both Britt and Adam Cole the... You could see it coming when they gave both Britt and Adam Cole the Owen Hart Foundation Tournament Championship. Jens says Seth is a true fashion icon. You and your friends tried to tear down what I was building here? That's an interesting line. But you came running back. It's an interesting line, isn't it? You and your friends were trying to tear down what I was building here. And now you've come running back. You don't get to be the conquering hero. I really like this. I like the delivery. I like the fact he's in with the fans. I don't like you. I don't want you here. I'm not just going to change you. I'm going to end you. I'm not just going to change you. I'm going to end you. This match is going to be fire in it. It's going to be disgustingly good, this match. I'm so excited. This segment has got me even more excited for this match. I want to see these two going at it again for a third time. I was excited anyway, but this segment's great. Come on, Cody. Seth. Just curious. What right now is stopping me? 3 little ropes? This barricade? What's stopping me? Just curious, what's stopping me? These ropes, that barricade? Why are we waiting? It seems the time for talk is over. Let's go. Cody says, why don't you come down? Seth making his way down. There's a sign that says Crybaby Seth Ballings. Seth is teasing that he's going to jump over the barricade, but he ain't doing it. I don't think Network's got live recording shows. No, it doesn't have the live shows. Well, it does have live pay-per-views, but not Raw and SmackDown. This one is very reminiscent of his AEW. Wow, he's jumping over. They're going at it. I thought that was it. But he's jumped over. They are fighting in the crowd now. It's anarchy in the arena. Into the crowd, into a barricade that's in the crowd. We're over by the bins. Yeah! Bins, 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 bins. Oh, man. Look, proper picking him up as well. I had him in a headlock and he was picking him up. And who's going to break him up? Is anyone breaking him up? Yeah, there's no security or anything. I'm just going at it. It's picking... Oh! Seth picks up Cody. Cody pushes Seth over by the barricade. Spear! Through the barricades! Cody spears Seth through the barricades. Throwing in some shots to the head. This is good. That's Seth's best promo of the feuds. Oh, here's some people now. Look, now there's people that have come down. Referees, officials. Ah, it's a damn good segment. That is a really good segment. I think probably helped by the fact my expectations for it were super, super low. I thought, like, Cody would come out, he would talk, Seth would come out, he'll say summer, see you Sunday, blah, 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 blah. Didn't expect Seth in the crowd. Didn't expect his promo to be that good. Didn't expect them to be allowed to actually fight and brawl. Like, there was so much more to this than what I was expecting. It's good. Seth trying to get at Cody, and he does. Seth running through the ring. These two desperately trying to get at each other. I saw a picture of Brett earlier in his career holding a belt that looks like the AEW one. Oh, that's interesting. I wonder if that belt then is... I mean, I'm guessing if it's early Brett, it'll be Stampede Wrestling, because that's obviously where he started. That's his dad's promotion. So I wonder if there was a belt in Stampede that it's like fashioned on. Because it is a very old school feel to that belt. That would be really fun, actually. If there was a Stampede belt. Cody's back again! This is the never-ending brawl! I'm looking at Stampede belts now. There is a belt here that looks a bit Stampede-esque. Stampede Wrestling North American Heavyweight Championship. That looks like the same shape, doesn't it? Stampede Wrestling. And Stampede Wrestling was his dad's promotion. That's really interesting. That's really interesting. The NWA Stampede North. Look at that belt. NWA Stampede North American Heavyweight Championship belt. Oh my god, and it's got the flags at the top. Oh my god, it is the same belt. You're right. Wow. Mind blown. Mind absolutely blown on that. That is the belt. That is it. That is absolutely what they've fashioned it on. You see, it's so funny because I was looking at that belt, the Owen one, and I was like, oh, I would have put some more detail on it. I would have done this. I'm not sure about that. I was like, I like it overall, but I would have changed a few things about it. I had no idea it was based on an actual belt that already exists, that is, you know, from Stampede Wrestling. I mean, that makes so much sense. That's the belt, innit? That's the belt right there. That's what it's based on. This historic title was introduced in 1958 by the NWA, and it was built for Stampede. Wow. Wowzers. Mind blown. That is great. Well done. Great comment. I love learning. That is cool. That is very, very cool. You should put that in a tweet. Put that in a tweet. Put it in a tweet where, like, you got the new belt, the old belt. Tag me in the tweet. I'll retweet it out. That way, like, or you can have all the likes and whatnot. But that is really cool. Right. You missed Curtis Axel. He was breaking up Seth and Cody. Oh, was he? Is he part of backstage, is he now? That's cool. I didn't hear that he was still part of them. I didn't know he'd signed with them. That segment really did wake up the crowd. I cannot wait for their Hell in a Cell match. Justin said, when was the last time we heard a "This is awesome" chant? This is a historic occasion. Dragon Den said, good God, I felt that, but here's the thing. It's all downhill from here. The genesis of McGillicuddy. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I knew he hadn't popped up anywhere else, but I didn't know he was back with WWE. He is signed as a producer, apparently. I didn't know that. I didn't know he was a producer. Oh, here? His tenure with the company... Oh, hang on, no. Curtis Axel, he won the tag bouts as part of the B team. He left the company in April of 2020, but returned in April 2022. He returned last month, apparently, as a producer. I never heard about that. So, apparently, he's been working backstage as a producer. That is such a shame, isn't it? That is the son of Mr. Perfect, just now working as a producer, helping to put the matches on. I feel like that is a missed opportunity. I feel like he will always be a missed opportunity. Axelmania was so much fun. Axelmania was great. April 8th, Hennig was rehired by WWE in a producer tryout role at SmackDown tapings. Did not know that. I didn't know that either, says James. The Owen Hart belt pays homage to the old Stampede belt. If you look on Twitter, there are tweets that show them side by sides. Oh, I haven't seen those tweets. No, I literally just found out about it. Axel was brought back as a backstage player. Axel just didn't get the push by the fans. They're just showing the ringside carnage. Planet Dan said, what I'm reading on Twitter is he was assaulting his partner, Duke Hudson. Apparently they are together. I don't know the full story. What a weird week. Huh? Duke Hudson? What, the guy that's in NXT? He's in a relationship with Jake Atlas. What? There's only so much stuff my brain can take. There's only so many revelations my brain can take in quick succession. So Duke Hudson is in a relationship with Jake Atlas. I didn't even know Duke Hudson was gay. They've had him portraying a straight guy down in NXT, because they've had him in relationship. If it's the same Duke Hudson, it's got to be in it. How many Duke Hudsons are there? Maybe not. I don't know. Maybe that's not the same Duke Hudson, because they're not allowed to use their real names, are they? I am several levels confused right now, let me tell you. Right, we've got Alexa Bliss. Dun dun dun. How many matches are inside Hell in a Cell? 1 at the moment. 1. That number again. 1. Jeff Jarrett is back. He is in the office, says Elizabeth. Wan said, it's gone. Mind blown. There's been a lot of that on this stream. There's been a lot of mind blowing. There's Alexa winning Money in the Bank in 2018, and then an hour later, cashing it in. 2018. Alexa Bliss. 5-time champion in 2018. So, Alexa. In the ring. Don't know who she's facing. I don't mind Alexa right now. Got no beef with Alexa, no issues with Alexa. Alexa in the ring, smile on her face. Lily just sat in the corner. I've never heard her music. Do drop. Is that what it says? At the start of Dewdrop's music, I heard do drop. That is some next level music. Up there with the new Kendrick Lamar album. Do drop. Right, we've got Nikki ASH running around as almost a superhero still, but it's not Nikki ASH. It's do drop. I don't think I've ever heard her music. I couldn't tell you her music if it slapped me in the face. Alexa against Doudrop then. We're underway. Alexa gets clotheslined down. You should put on a Dudley accent for a week. That would get people double taking. Yeah, all right, mate. Black country. Talk a little bit like this. Yeah, all right, bab. Welcome to Dudley. Yeah, I've been quite fortunate that I have avoided the black country accent. I'm quite fortunate that I feel like I might have avoided the Birmingham accent as well. Curtis Axel is still in the Royal Rumble match, yes. Austin said she's had that theme for months. You've just barely heard it. No. In all fairness, I don't know if she's on the show all that much. But not only that, I always have to have the sound turned down, don't I? So, That is definitely one of the things that I miss out on, is like hearing the musics and the themes and everything. But yeah, I've never heard that before. It's the first time I've heard that. Do drop. She's in control at the moment, old Dewdrop. She's got Alexa. It's like $1 million dream, is it? No. Kind of a sleeper hold of sorts, and she throws Alexa into the corner. Alexa moves out the way, duck underneath. Head scissor takedown. Dewdrop going over to the corner. Kick to the midsection. Goes down to one knee. Knee strike by Alexa. Drop kick by Alexa. And again. Alexa screaming out at the audience. Throwing in a kick. Another kick coming in. Against the ropes goes Alexa. She gets caught by... She gets slammed down. Oh, senton misses. Dewdrop getting back up to her feet. Shoulder tackle. Alexa goes down. All I've seen on Twitter today is an image of Eddie Kingston walk into the ring looking like a zombie with gasoline in his hand, says Daniel. Duke Hudson wasn't out, but this news has changed that. Oh. So it is that Duke Hudson then. Big splash by what? And that Duke Hudson got attacked. Like, it's huge. I mean, it doesn't matter how big you are. I'm just surprised. Alexa, Twisted Bliss. 1, 2, 3. Alexa gets the win. Alexa does it. Alexa wins, and she's been on a little streak since she came back. Oh, look, she jumps out the ring. I thought she had forgotten about Lily then. She won the match, jumped out the ring. She was about to walk away. I thought she'd forgot about Lily. Lol. I want to see Alexa's therapist again. Do you watch NWA? No, I used to. I haven't seen it for a long time because it got took off YouTube, and then you had to like pay to watch it. But I think it is back on YouTube now. Right, we're done with the Alexa match. We have got... we're just looking at the Bobby feud. We're all about 10 minutes away from halftime scores. About 10 minutes away. Austin, hello. Hope you are well. We're all very excited for tomorrow, Austin. Austin is through to the final of our podcast competition. And there's a lot of it. I've had lots of people getting in touch saying I can't wait to see what Austin's going to do in the final. What video is he going to send in? We've got people that are showing off their talents, their singing, their dancing, their art, their comedy. It's absolutely brilliant. So many skills on display, and I think the community is really excited to see what Austin's going to bring tomorrow to the podcast. It's going to be the first video that Austin will have sent in. He's in the grand final. And, yeah, it's exciting. It's exciting. So, tune in tomorrow for the WEP. Retribution said Austin to win. Well, it's very competitive. The final is very competitive. Sunny is in the final as well. So it's certainly not going to be easy. I think Wrestling Leo is the dark horse. I think Wrestling Leo's his comedy is really fun. So I like the look of wrestling. I like the look of Wrestling Leo, but yeah, Sunny's in the final. Austin's in the final. Dave's in the final. Don't forget, Miz TV is coming up next with the Street Profits. Miz TV with the Street Profits. I don't like Omos. I wish him well, but I don't know. John Moxley says, where can I find that podcast? It's got its own channel. It's called the Wrestling Escape Pod. To be honest, I don't talk about it probably as much as I should, but it's... We do talk wrestling, but it's just one of many things that we talk about, so... I think if you go into it thinking it's going to be like an hour every Tuesday of just non-stop wrestling talk, I think you'll be disappointed. But it's amazing because what we tend to do is focus on like the community. So like we quite often have people sending in videos, and so if you want to see what some of the people in the chat look like and some of their hidden skills and find out a bit more about them, it's a great place to go actually. So that'll be tomorrow. It's live 11 UK time, 6 Eastern, over on the Wrestling Escape Pod channel. So I feel like I've done a good deed there promoting that. There'll be thousands that come over now, waiting to see what Austin's got up his sleeve. James said Dave's video of him snoring in his stream last night. Is that what is that's Dave's sending in? Harley said, Days, Cody, Seth is cool and all, but I mean, come on. Ezekiel is having his first pay-per-view match. I think Ezekiel Owens should be main event. Can I be honest? I am not crazy about Ezekiel. I don't hate it. I love Kevin Owens in that feud, but I just think Ezekiel himself I don't he's got a great look and I think he can talk, but I don't know if he's got much charisma. I know he's got tassels on his arm and I give him points for that, but Kevin Owens is he is the draw for that feud. Kevin Owens, his reactions and frustrations are so big that maybe Ezekiel doesn't have to do it. Maybe Ezekiel can just play that part of, I'm Ezekiel. And he doesn't need to do any more than that because it's the Kevin Owens show, man. Kevin Owens' reaction is so big that he is the everything in that story. And so maybe Ezekiel doesn't need to do anything as a result, but I don't know. This feud is not getting me to like get more into Ezekiel. It's making me love Kevin Owens more. That's what it's doing. I appreciate Owens more. And once we're past the Kevin Owens thing, what are we going to do with Ezekiel? It feels to me like Ezekiel is going to the 24/7 belt very quickly. Very quickly. I don't know how much of a future I see for Ezekiel. But we'll see. I could be wrong. I have been wrong once before. It was a long time ago. And to be honest, I don't even think it happened. Days, the sports entertainer's latest clickbait is Seth is confirmed to be going to AEW. Okay. And Jimmy Uso has quit after Naomi suspension. Wow. There's plenty of clickbait that does the rounds. Oh God, do you know? That's just reminded me. I found an article. I saw there was a belt, right? That was, I believe, the WCW 6-man tag titles, which I'm going to admit, it didn't resonate with me. I looked at these tag titles and I was like, I don't remember these. So I tried to look into them, and I ended up finding this article that told me the history of them that was complete nonsense. Complete, absolute nonsense. It was stunning to see something that was so clearly, obviously wrong on the internet. I mean, I know the internet is full of fake and wrong information, but sometimes it can be really hard to, like, decide what's real, what's not. This was just so, oh my God. It was like, it claimed that, I think the New Day were the current 6-man tag champs. and it claimed that its history went back, and previous people that had been six-man tag champs were The Shield and Bullet Club, who were in a whole different company. And it was mental. It was like some kid had just gone, this will be a laugh, and just filled out a load of just absolute nonsense. So I was reading that earlier. I was like, oh my God. I felt like I was getting more stupid as I was reading it. So be careful with what's out there, my friends. There's lots of rubbish on the internet and lots of clickbait. Here's Street Profits. They'll surely go back to Elias eventually. Never been the best wrestler, but he was defo over, unlike Ezekiel, who is not. John Moxley said, what's the best looking wrestling belt? Well, I mean, I think that's really hard because I love the Winged Eagle. That's always the first that comes to mind. But part of that could be because of just how prestigious it was. I mean, it was the WWE title when I was growing up, so... And it is a beautiful belt, so detailed. But I've got to admit, I think if I was growing up now, I think the best belt right now might be the AEW Championship. So detailed. Looks... It's a belt that's not been around very long, but it feels like it has. They've made it feel prestigious. They've made it feel like it's been around for about 30, 40 years. I mean, it's a wonderful looking belt. So I've got a lot of love for the AEW belt. I love the Winged Eagle. I've got a soft spot for the UK Championship as well. So I love all of those. But I am a belts person. I love belts. Love belts. I've shown before. I mean, I've got I've got a replica of the first ever WWE Championship, which is really cool. Right, we got the Street Profits in the ring. Ready. I'm ready. What's he ready for? Okay, we've got Street Profits in the ring with Miz. Street Profits have been teasing a bit of turning heel, but I mean, it doesn't feel like the turning heel here. Right. He says the crowd are beautiful. God, that guy in the front row loved that compliment. There's a guy in the front row wearing an RK Bro 420 shirt. As soon as Montez Ford said this crowd is so beautiful, the guy in the front, he like blushed. He was like... He loved it. It's probably the first compliment he's had in a while. What do you think about Hell in a Cell, Mike? Here's what I... It doesn't matter what you think! That guy in the 420 shirt loved that as well. The guy in the 420 shirt was like... He's having the time of his life. He's loving it. He's loving it. I want to go for it. I want to go to a show with that guy. That guy looks like so much fun. All of these things are just like tickling him. He's having a great time. Oh, here's Dana. Dana Brooke on the outside of the ring. Dana Brooke's on the outside. There's Akira Tozawa. Miz is saying this is my show. He's very upset. Tozawa has grabbed the belt. Forearm strike by Dana Brooke. Tozawa is trying to roll up Dana Brooke, and he does 1, 2. T-bar! T-bar's here! T-bar! Oh my God! My eyes, man! Did you see the height? T-bar just grabbed Tozawa, had him up there. I love that move. He just grabbed Tozawa, kind of choke slammed him, but as he brought him down, he kind of like jumped down and power bombed him. It was like a choke slam into a sit down power bomb. It was lovely. Listen, T-Bar got all of 20 seconds to do something there, and he's done one of the most impressive things I've seen on this show. Nothing but love for T-Bar. If I'm Vince, I'm backstage going, God damn. That was amazing. Kick by Dana. We've just got 24/7 Brawl. T-Bar in the 24/7 group now. Yeah, that sucks. Against the ropes goes Dana. Samoan drop. That was brutal. 1, 2, 3. Tamina is the new 24/7 champion. Tamina is the new 24/7 champion. What's Tozawa doing? Is he celebrating? Is he crying? I don't know what he's doing. Tamina grabbing Tozawa. Is she going to kiss him? Why does it feel like they're going to kiss? It's exactly what they do. No! He rolls her up, yes! Backslide! Tozawa wins! I didn't see that coming. Isn't it funny? I can predict love, but I can't predict when someone's going to turn on someone. I just can't predict that. Tozawa has got the belt. Did he just say sorry to me? I completely forgot about Theory. Completely forgot about him. She's let the bloodline down. You should have predicted that. Listen, I can predict love, but I can't predict hate. It's just a fun fact about me. Tamina is not happy. Huff Sports Media said the 24/7 division is so depressing. I'm glad all the people still have a job, but it is sad. It's been good for Dana Brooke, though. I mean, it's having her in those kind of segments, I think, is probably the best use of her. I think she's good in those segments as well. But, yes, I do not want to see T-Bar in... I don't want to... God, change that name. Change that name. Don't call him T-Bar. I don't want him... I want him to have a different name. I want him to be in Judgment Day. Let's get moving, shall we? The youngest United States champion in WWE history. Theory is making his way down. He is going to be at ringside because after the break, we've got Mustafa Ali versus Ciampa. Tommaso Ciampa. If Ali wins, he will win a future title opportunity. Halftime scores, everybody. It's the halftime scores. Are you happy? It's the halftime scores. I really want to know what you think. Halftime scores, everybody. It's the halftime scores. Are you happy? It's the halftime scores. Let me know if you're happy. Can't remember the words. I've said before, I need to just pre-record it and just play it. I can't be operating under this kind of pressure. Do you know what I mean? We're like 2.5 hours into this stream, and then all of a sudden I've got to remember words to a song. What's going on? I didn't subscribe to this. Halftime scores, everybody. It's the halftime scores. Are you happy? It's the halftime scores. I really want to know. Why can't I not remember the words anymore? Halftime score. I can't remember the words. I can't remember the song. I'm falling apart. I'm falling apart. I think it's the shock of Tozawa turning on Tamina. That's what I'm blaming it on. I think it's the sheer shock of that. I haven't recovered. I'm distracted. 6.5. Jamie says AEW wrestler Jake Atlas. Is he an AEW wrestler? Is he an AEW wrestler? We like the improv halftime song. I am also a fan of it, but I just sometimes can't remember how it goes, which is, it's a bit of a problem. Is Jake Atlas an AEW wrestler? I don't think he is he? He is. He's currently signed to All Elite Wrestling. Did I know that? I didn't. Well, no, clearly I didn't. Does he live on Dark or something? What's... signed with them in January. His Rampage debut saw him... Oh, right. So he had a match against Adam Cole, tore his ACL, and he's been out of action. So that's why I've forgot that he's been with AEW. I mean, I must have known at some point because he's had a match with Adam Cole. So I must have seen him wrestle. But no. If you said to me, is Jake Atlas signed with AEW, I'd be like, no. But he is. He is. Police reported they responded to a domestic violence call. Apparently, he called his partner to pick him up. And he wanted his partner to stay out with him drinking. The victim stated that Atlas wanted him to go back to another friend's house. So his partner was showing him half more attention, verbal agreement, became physically aggressive. My God, there's a lot of detail. A lot of detail here. Well, listen. That's for them, innit? They quietly released him today as they found out about the arrest. Was I the only one that thought Miz TV was setting up Montez or Angelo versus The Miz? I didn't know where they were going with it, to be honest, mate. I didn't know where they were heading with it, and I still don't know where they've headed. I still don't know what it's achieved. I can tell you that we've had a lot of sevens or so in regards to our halftime scores for Raw. We are a bit past halftime now. We've got Tommaso Ciampa now, though. I know that much. Oh, God, no entrance for Tommaso. Tommaso just standing in the ring like a flipping jobber. Edward, good night. Sleep tight. I agree with you about the Winged Eagle. That is my favourite, says Matt. Yeah, it's a great belt. As I said, I mean, I feel like it is a great belt, but there's no denying that it's probably the prestige of it as well. I mean, that's the belt that was held by Hogan, Andre, Macho Man, Brett, Shawn. It's just a who's who of wrestling. Stone Cold got it as well. Stone Cold was the last person to have it. I mean, literally, we went from Hogan being the first to have it to Stone Cold being the last. And everyone in between during those eras held the Winged Eagle, like Yokozuna and Ric Flair. It's amazing. It's amazing who held that belt. Knee strike by Tommaso. 1, 2, kick out. I like Ali's ring gear. Makes him look like a lizard. I saw a report that Mustafa Ali was pulled from WWE, and clearly that's BS. Clearly. Unless Mustafa Ali was, and what we're watching is Ali. I don't think it is. I think this is actually Mustafa Ali, but even so. We've got a countdown clock till the Riddle Shinsuke Usos match. They are loving countdown clocks, aren't they? Less than 20 minutes to go until we get to that match. Riddle and Shinsuke versus the Usos. Ciampa over in the corner. Yes! Tommaso giving himself a pat on the back as he delivers a double axe handle. 1, 2, Kick out by Mustafa Ali. Ciampa was one of the most over superstars in NXT, and now he is this. Yes. I think he will get somewhere. I hope he gets somewhere. But I just think that they are choosing to use him as like a secondary kind of superstar at the moment. But, I mean, look, look at how Batista came in. Batista came in with working with Devon Dudley, if my memory serves me correct. And, he didn't come in like red hot right at the start. So it might just be that at the moment they're just bringing him in, just used him in this storyline. He's not the major focus, but they might pull the trigger on him eventually. Headbutt by Tommaso. Did you know that Sid was supposed to be in this year's Hall of Fame? I didn't. No, I didn't. We spoke about Sid earlier, actually, when we was talking about legends. Against the ropes goes Ali, and he collides into Tommaso. Tommaso goes down, rolls out the ring. Tommaso back up, drop kick by Ali. Tommaso goes back down again. Ali going back against the ropes, looking for a suicide dive. Oh my God! God, that was an amazing suicide dive. I tell you what, it takes something pretty special to, like, get a reaction out of me for a suicide dive. I've seen about 1 billion. There's about 20 in every match, but, Jesus. That one is absolutely perfect with his trajectory, and it had a hell of a speed on it. That was beautiful. Theory has got involved. Ali has won this match. Theory has beaten up Ali. Countdown clocks make the matches pointless. It lets us know when the segments will be over. Oh, Theory just hurled Ali into the ring post. Theory wants the microphone. You suck is being chanted to Theory. I'm on another level. Let's just do it right now. So, Theory says, a win is a win, so you've won an opportunity at a title match. Let's just do it right now. So, that's quite exciting. It's quite exciting. We're not going to mess around. We're going to get the title match now. I mean, look, if you're a casual fan that's just tuned in, it's pretty exciting, isn't it? Like, wow, they're going to do the title match now. I mean, for the rest of us, we're just like, get a title match every week. But still pretty exciting. I thought he was going to say, I'll see you at Hell in a Cell. I didn't expect him to say, let's do it now. So, you know what I mean? Even me, even cynical old me, even moody, grumpy old me is all right with that. That dive looked horrible for Ali. It was brutal. It was brutal. Unless you're Darby Allin, he's constantly doing suicide dives. Darby Allin, though, in all fairness to him, constantly is doing them at a high level. I mean, he really throws himself around, doesn't he? Yeah, I think, like, if you look at, like, what Ali just did, and you look at, like, Darby Allin's, I think, unless you can do them of that kind of intensity, then just don't bother doing them. Days was Batista known as the Decon or something like that. He was with Devon doing the Rev Ring gimmick. That's correct. That is correct. Correct. Chronic Effect. Coach Co said a bolt of lightning is 5 times hotter than the sun. No. A bolt of lightning is 5 times hotter than the sun. That can't be true. I feel like it must be true, otherwise why would you say it? But how can something be 5 times hotter than the sun? Like the sun that lights up the world. I mean, like, wow, you know what the sun does. That's not breaking news. Breaking news, guys. The sun provides light to Earth. And is so far away it takes 8 minutes to get here. That's breaking news. But you're telling me a lightning bolt is what? 5 times hotter? There's only one thing that's 5 times hotter than the sun. William Hensey. William Hensey. That's the only thing that's 5 times hotter than the sun. William Hensey. Half Sports Media said that's false, but Quinn said it's true. Oh my God. It's controversial, that's what it is. Do you think Ciampa will join Judgment Day? No. I think that Finn Balor's looking like a front runner. I don't mind Ciampa in Judgment Day, but I feel like they need someone big. I suppose in a way that's not Balor. My number 1 pick would be T-Bar. I'd put T-Bar in Judgment Day. I think he needs... right now, he's going to be floundering in 24/7 title picture, and I do not want T-Bar there. He's way too good for that. Right, here we go then. Ali and Theory. I would have said you're 5 times hotter than the sun, says Austin. I'm not sure you heard, but Ciampa didn't actually extend his contract. His deal would have expired in December. And O'Reilly, but Sat reported WWE tapped on 8 months due to injury. Oh, no, I haven't heard that. So, shouldn't they be now trying to convince him to stay? I mean, if you're making someone's... that doesn't make any sense, does it? That doesn't make any sense. Why would you add 8 months onto someone's contract that doesn't want to be here and then put them on TV? Because you're giving them more exposure? Like, there's going to be people that are going to watch Ciampa and they're going to like him on Raw and like how he looks and like how he works, and then what, in 8 months he's going to go off to AEW? And that doesn't make any sense. And surely you'd want to use these 8 months to try and convince him to sign a new deal, so you'd think they'd be giving him wins. I'm very confused by all of that. Do you think Finn Balor will turn heel and join Judgment Day? I think that there is a very good chance of that happening. I can't say it will happen at Hell in a Cell, because they might want to extend this feud a little bit longer. But I think there's a good chance of it happening. But as I said, my number 1 pick would be T-Bar. But I don't mind Balor doing that. I think Balor fits in with Judgment Day quite well. Nice thrust kick here by Ali. Ali is up looking for a tornado DDT. Very nice. Very nice. Coach Co said there are more stars in space than there are grains of sand on a beach. It's difficult, isn't it? I mean, I feel like, again, that's true. But it's hard to believe it. But breaking news again, space is big. So we've got a victory here for Theory. Theory has managed to retain. Well, there we go. I mean, that is really clever by Theory. So Ali has won an opportunity at the title. Theory has given him that opportunity, and now he's beaten him, and now that's it. He can move on. Well done. I like that. I think that's really good work by Theory. I think that's really good booking. So Ali has won his opportunity. Theory has given it him. He didn't win. Boo-hoo. And now we all move on. At what size beach? Oh, no, Adam Pearce has come out! Mr. McMahon wants to see you and Ali in a fair fight. Championship rematch at Hell in a Cell, so... There we go. Listen, you got to expect the unexpected. Theory don't care. So, Adam Pearce said, Mr. McMahon was very impressed with your psychological advantage that you gave yourself, but he wants to see you and Ali in a fair fight. So, there will be a rematch. We're backstage with Riddle. The Usos Bros! The Usos Bros! Randy might not be here. But that doesn't mean the bro came to this show alone. Here's Shinsuke. I like these two together. This is good for Shinsuke. I mean, Riddle's super over. Shinsuke, bro. Right. French fries originated in Belgium, not France. I knew that one. All right, here we go. Usos coming out. Didn't they say that this match is going to start in 7 minutes? Perhaps, well, there'll probably be a commercial break, won't there? At least they are actually showcasing the US title. Now we just need to do it with the IC title. Time to make them relevant again with Roman working a lighter schedule, says Justin. Here's the Usos. Here's the Usos Bros. The Usos Bros coming out. Usos versus Shinsuke and Riddle. What's after this? Silence. Soon as this ends, we sit here in silence for an hour and think about what we've done. Do you think MJF will end up leaving before 2024? I have no idea. I mean, he could get fired. I mean, if he's going to keep... It's going to be really interesting to see how they're going to deal with it. Because, there's going to need to be, obviously, disciplinary for not showing up to that meet and greet. So it's going to be very interesting to see how Tony handles that. I mean, if he's in a bad... If MJF is in a bad place anyway... What's Tony gonna do? Because you've got to get this situation sorted. But if you give MJF a pay rise, does that send a bad message to everyone else that if you refuse to do something, if you almost walk out of a pay-per-view and almost hold Tony Khan ransom, then what? You get a pay rise. So does it send a bad message if he does give him what he wants? Or is he due it? Should it be a case that Tony should have dealt with this better before? I don't know. I just don't know. It's a really, really tricky situation. Really tricky. And a situation that could and will likely have big repercussions going forward, as I said. And not only saying that, I mean, even if he doesn't give him a new contract, what's he going to do about him not showing up to the meet and greet? 'Cause there's got to be a punishment for that. You can't just not show up. I mean, if you don't show up, then, chances are you're going to get fined. I mean, it's really bad PR. I mean, the whole thing is, yeah, I mean, all right, everyone was talking about AEW. It's probably helped. It's not hurt their ratings. If anything, it will have helped. But it's not really the point, is it? I mean, Tony didn't need that headache or that hassle, that distraction as he's trying to, book a show and oversee everything that goes into such an important show. Doesn't need all of this with MJF, so... realistically, MJF should be getting suspended. He should be getting fined. But if he's already in a place where he's willing to walk out, how are you going to do that? Because if you do that, chances are, well, he's just going to go, isn't he? He's just going to go. And then what do you do? I mean, honestly, this is such a nightmare. Like, I feel like Tony needs to sit down with his lawyers and get a bit of a plan together. Because whatever he does here is going to be the precedent for how he deals with this for future examples as well. So, flipping nightmare. I mean, this is where being the owner of a wrestling promotion would suck, to be honest. I mean, it sounds great booking your own shows. Do I want that wrestler? Putting the shows together. Do you know what I mean? Brilliant. But then you have to deal with this kind of nightmares. This kind of stuff. Don't fancy doing that personally. Huff Sports Media said, if we don't get Volta versus Ricochet for the IC title at Hell in a Cell, I will be upset. What are your thoughts? I think Volta should win and reign for 500 days. I don't mind, to be honest. I think that he is getting booked quite well at the moment. He's looking like a monster. He's not being buried. He's not being made to do any stupid segments. So, listen, if he doesn't get an IC title match, I'm fine. I'm all right. I just want him to continue to be booked really well, and I think he's been booked really good at the moment. So, yeah, I'm into it. I'm into how he's being used. Eric said, let's be honest, how much does MJF really wrestle in AEW to make an impact? All he does is and moan on a microphone, and now we're saying he's one of the best wrestlers there is, ? Well, I mean, his actual in-ring is fine. It's never blown my mind, but to be honest, it's more it's more the impact. I mean, his promos are great. His segments are always really high on the ratings, and he's undeniably one of their biggest stars. That's the main thing. So it's like it will be difficult if you take MJF out of AEW. I think AEW definitely then misses something. The thing is, though, if you take MJF out, it does provide opportunity for one of those many stars that struggle to get like the TV time that they probably should get. It gives them great opportunity to, show what they can do. Is there someone that could step into that role? Is there someone that could, step up and, fill the gap left by MJF? Maybe. Hard to say who, though, because there's really not many people that can cut promos of the level that MJF can. He's got a great ability to go out there and just really get under the skin of the crowd. He's very good at what he does. He is very good. But his in-ring is... I don't disagree. His in-ring has never blown my mind. But he's a needle mover. I think he is definitely someone that... you can kind of book a show around, like, I'm going to put my CM Punk segment there. I'm going to put my MJF segment there. I mean, MJF Wardlow's just been one of the best stories in AEW. So I think to lose that, you go back to, like, him and CM Punk was one of the best stories, and then him and Wardlow has been one of the best stories. Like, he's just consistently in some of the best feuds. And that's not coincidence. It's because he's such a good talker and he can tell a good story. But no wrestler is bigger than the promotion, so if they ended up parting ways, I don't disagree. I don't think it's the end of the world for him. Recently, MJF's feuds going into pay-per-views normally are the biggest, most people's favourite feuds on the show. Moldy said, I think MJF is silky smooth in the ring. Oh, he's not bad in the ring. He's not bad in the ring. I don't ever find myself watching his matches going, wow, that is 5 stars, 4.5 stars. Like, he tends to have like a 3.5 star match. It's just solid. He's not botching or anything. Like, he's solid. But I would say that that's the area that he could improve. Like, on the mic, I mean, he's just brilliant. His look is his look. I mean, he doesn't need to really worry about his look too much. He's a heel, so do you know what I mean? He's kind of like that. He's a bit Jim Cornette in the way that Cornette used to get crazy heat, used to wind up the crowd, and he never looked that big. But it was because, back in the day, Jim Cornette used to have a gimmick where he was rich. And he used to, if he wanted some, his mum would get it for him. And he was like a rich, pampered, kind of rich boy. So he didn't need to be this big, muscular guy. Because he could, just pay people to do stuff for him and whatever. And get whatever he needed. A little bit $1 Million Man, but not quite. Not quite. It was more like, oh, my mum will get that for me. And that used to really wind the fans up. And I think MJF's got a good physique, but, because of his talking, he doesn't need to be like Roman or Brock. But, it'll be interesting. I mean, look, WWE would be interested in him. I mean, I can't say that after what he's done this weekend, if they would still be interested in him, but I think they would. Into the corner goes Riddle. Grace Ginger said, do you know what I would love? I would love it if Tony fined MJF the same amount of money that people had paid to see him and then used that money to refund the fans. I feel like that would be fair. I feel like the fans are going to get refunded anyway. Would it be a deterrent? I mean, let's say that's $1,000. Is that a deterrent? Is that enough of a punishment? I don't know. I like it. I feel like it's fair. I feel like if you said that to MJF and said, I'm just going to fine you the amount of money that we had to refund, I feel like it's logical, it's fair. I think if anything, MJF is actually getting off quite light for that. Big strike by, I think, is it Jimmy? You should sell Wrestling Days beanies, says Eric. Requires doing work though, doesn't it? Into the corner. Riddle moves out the way. We are into the final hour. If it would stick it to Tony Khan, Vince would do it, says Real YT. That's true. Gunther would bring back the prestige to the IC title. That is true as well. He'd be a great IC champion. Certainly if he held the IC title as well as he did the UK title, then I agree. Kicks coming in. I suppose my point wasn't that, like, oh, I don't want him to have it. My point was more like, I'm all right if he doesn't have a title match like this weekend. My bigger concern, I mean, I love him. He's like absolutely probably my favourite male wrestler. I'd probably take him over Roman. I do love Sammy at the moment, though, as well. But either way, I love Gunther. He's either number 1 or number 2. Probably number 1. And I just want him to be booked well. If that's a title match or not, then so be it. Shoulder up. Shinsuke with a Kinshasa off the ropes. Just got a 2 count. This show's gone quick, hasn't it? I mean, we did halftime scores, and that was like half an hour ago, is it? Because we're over 2 hours into this show now. Strike by Shinsuke. Super kick. Shinsuke goes down. Jimmy. Jay going up top. Looking for a big splash. 1, 2. Riddle makes the save. Riddle makes the save, and that might be taking us to commercial break, and it is. MJF's best match was the one with Darby back at Full Gear. That was a banger. I think you had it about a 4.5, and the best match on Full Gear, just ahead of Hangman and Omega, says Daniel. Honestly, I don't remember. If I did give it like 4.5, and I could believe that I did, but consistently his matches tend to be around like the 3s. I mean, I can't remember what score I gave that match, but I can believe it. I can believe that he had a 4.5. But his in-ring is not consistently at that level. That is where I would like to see him get to. I'd love to see his matches get to that level whereby they're consistently in the 4s, because his promos are obviously very strong. And as I said, because he's that kind of heel and the smarmy heel, his look isn't as important. They always say a wrestler is measured on their look, their promos, and their in-ring. Well, his promos for me are around about an 8 to 9. His in-ring is probably around about a 6.5 to 7. His look is also his look is probably about a 7. I mean, I feel like he's got some muscle. I mean, he's pretty jacked. He's not that tall. I like the Burberry thing. I think the Burberry thing is good. Maybe you could go 7.5. Maybe you could move that a little bit, because he has got the Burberry thing. That's a good identity for him. Yeah, I feel that's sort of where I feel like he is. But so yeah, you could have a bit more. You know, you could be a bit more jacked, of course. And I think you could add to his presentation a little better. I mean, maybe like him hanging around with Shawn Spears, you could, change that for someone else. But him with like Wardlow was pretty fun. Like him like being able to say whatever he wants and then hides behind Wardlow. Like that was really clever. And that's I think that was all part of his presentation. Maybe his looks. Nah, I feel like it's fair. I mean, he's not the tallest guy. He's not the most jacked guy. So I feel like 7.5 is fair. But I think they're doing well with like what they've got. I do like the Burberry thing. But yeah, I mean, look, he's scoring quite high in all 3 areas there. But I do think his wrestling could get a bit more consistent. I walked past MJF for the love of wrestling in Liverpool. He's about 5'10". He needs longer trousers. They're basically 3/4 shorts. I mean, 5'10's not... It's all right. Okay, we've got an advert here for Ms. and Mrs. Double episode on June 6th. Boom. George's World, shout out to you. Who do you think out of these teams will win? I think it'll be Riddle and Shinsuke. Reason why I think that is because I think that we need a match for Hell in a Cell. We've only got 4 matches. So this isn't for the title. We've got 5 matches now because Theory has been added. So Theory is going to Hell in a Cell. So yeah, I think we've got that match that's been added. So now we could do with a tag match getting in there. So makes sense. Looking for an exploder. No joy. Did you see the video of the Schumacher crash I sent you? He was unhurt. I did. Yeah, it's crazy. Good that he was unhurt. But the safety features, I mean, that's obviously a massive aspect of the cars these days, isn't it? So it's probably a good advert for the work that they continue to do with making sure the cars and the sport is safe. Because you go back, 30-odd years, and who knows if he would have been as fortunate. Ooh, 2.912. Oh, that might have even been a 3. Shinsuke, 2. Oh, no, in all fairness, it's not. It is 1, 2. Oh, it couldn't have been closer, man. Shinsuke almost getting the win. Thrust kick there by Jay. Goes through a clothesline against the ropes. Power slam by Riddle. Another power slam by Riddle. Riddle has learnt so much from Randy. He's learnt so much, and not just a draping DDT and but look how he's working the fans. These moments where he's taking his time and he's reaching out to the fans. That's the kind of stuff I can see Riddle watching at home being really proud about. Like, I taught this guy all this stuff. This is like the stuff that you need to learn from a veteran. Or, I mean, it is natural charisma as well, but that ability to connect with the fans and take them along in the match with you. Riddle has got that in spades. And we just saw the Usos trying to use the scooter, trying to cheat. They've been DQ'd, so that means they have lost the match. And that surely means now that Riddle and Shinsuke will get an opportunity at the titles. And I'm guessing it'll be this weekend at Hell in a Cell. We will be doing the watch-along for that as well. Interaction with the crowd is awesome. He's very good at it. Very good. He's down in the middle of the ring. Jumps up. Trying to get up in the corner. Looks just again. Look at that. Just a little look. And there. Screams out at the crowd. Pounds his chest. He's constantly doing little things to look out to the crowd. Reach out to the crowd. He jumped up top. And as he jumped up top onto the top. He does it without even thinking. But he jumps up top. And without just hitting the move straight away, he just momentarily looks out at the crowd and then hits it. But just that pause where he jumps up top and he just takes that moment to bring the audience in and then hits the move. Boom. A super RKO. A super RKO from the top. It wasn't an RKO out of nowhere, but it was still nicely delivered. But yeah, he's got it, man. He's got it. Riddle's got it. I think if you look at what Riddle was doing in his early matches when he first came up from NXT and compare him to where he is now, he's come a long way, and got to give credit, a lot of credit to Randy Orton for that. Who do you think is the best seller in the business, and where is Dolph Ziggler? Selling is a real lost art, and actually it's something that I think is missing from a lot of wrestlers' arsenals. If you think about like the punishment that people take, and you know they don't just pop. I mean, like they never just like get hit with something and just pop straight back up. Like there is always like but you fast forward like 30 odd seconds, they're up just doing stuff, and what they just went through just did not register. Like it's no longer a factor. So actually, I would say selling overall is really poor. Is really lapse. But that's where you look. I would say it's a big problem actually in WWE. I'd have to be going to AEW and probably Danielson. I mean, I think Danielson does a great job with selling. I mean, it's no great surprise, is it, that those people that you praise, like your Danielsons, like your AJ Styles, the reason why they're regarded as being so good is because they've got that ability to sell. I think Seth's actually very good. I think Seth does a decent job with his matches with Edge. I thought were quite good when it came to selling. So I've seen some good stuff from Seth. I've seen some good stuff from Edge. I think Edge is brilliant at it. But Edge, of course, old school, isn't he? So again, it's no great surprise. But I think, by and large, this generation are really poor at it. Really poor. I just don't think they do it enough. Wrestler with Andy said, I've always thought that Brock is great at selling. When he's had to sell. A lot of his matches can be one-way traffic sometimes, but he can definitely sell when needed. Lesnar rules, says Stephen. Riddle is 34. He's not the original bro. It's fake news. Right, we have got Liv and Rhea, I think, next. Liv Morgan versus Rhea Ripley. We've got only about 40-odd minutes left, I don't know what the main event is. But whatever it is, I'm looking forward to it. It's been, do you know what? For a go-home, first of all, it's gone really quick. And I can't really explain why. I don't know why last night's Double or Nothing was so long and felt so long, whereas tonight has actually gone quick. And this isn't WWE, AEW. That's not the... If you think I'm making that point, you're missing my point. I'm genuinely saying last night was long and it felt long, but tonight is still going to be a 3-hour show. Tonight was 4 hours 40, so it was only an hour and 40 minutes longer, which is considerable, but, tonight just does not feel... Like, I still feel, like, really fresh. I feel, like, quite awake, quite alert. I think it's because this show has only got, like, X amount of wrestling in it, and then there's a lot of talking. A lot of talking segments, a lot of backstage segments, a lot of Cody Seth moments where they're doing promos, a lot of, swerves, Adam Pearce walking out, doing a little talking promo bit, Becky talking at the start. I think those talking segments aren't as exhausting, are they? Like, I think actually watching wrestling, it can take it out of you because you're watching the action and, there's reversals and you're on your edge of your seat. It's like, oh, look at that. Oh, look at that. And you're reacting to it. And I think just naturally watching wrestling can be quite, exhausting. So with Raw, we've had 2 hours. How much of it has been commercial breaks? I think the commercial breaks, strangely stop you from getting exhausted because it's a break in it. Commercial breaks are breaks in the action, so you can think about something else, talk about something else. Whereas with like a pay-per-view, there's no commercial breaks, so there's no break in the action. There's no promos. I mean, other than Martha Hart, it was match after match after match after match after match. And I think like the amount of wrestling that you got was a lot at Double or Nothing, and I think it was quite exhausting as well. So I think those are the differences, and I think that's maybe why last night felt long and tonight doesn't feel as long. So yeah, I'm not making a statement that WWE are better or anything like that. I'm just saying that I feel quite awake. I feel quite alert. I feel like, do you know what I mean? Good. Like, if you told me that this show was going to be going for, another couple of hours, I'd feel like I could get through it. I wouldn't feel like I'd be struggling. Raw is just a good show. You missed Liv's info card. It says she likes video games and scary movies. Well, we've seen that one then. That's the same that we saw before. They're recycling them, which is a shame. Has she got no other interests? Doesn't she like fishing and bingo or something? There is not as much wrestling. Yeah, I agree. I think that's a factor. I think there's not as much wrestling. I think the commercial breaks help, as I said. I think that's strangely something that maybe stops you from getting, like, tired. I also think, you know, for a go-home, this has been good. This has been good. This has been like, it's been a so-so episode. There's nothing really here that you needed to see. But, equally, it's not like we've had, like, bad segments. I'd say the worst was Miz TV. Miz TV, I'd say, was the worst segment. But, I mean, even that had, like, some title changes, 24/7 nonsense, which is just throwaway, but I like Dana Brooke. And T-Bar hit a great move. But that was good as well. Theory tricking Ali, giving him a title match straight away, and we're just seeing this recap. I think Boogs might return and turn heel and cost Shinsuke. I don't know. I don't know when he's going to be back, to be honest. It's hard to say if that could happen or not, because I really don't know if he is going to be able to get back in time. Here's Mustafa Ali. This Sunday, you've got a fair match. I'm hurt right now. I've been through hell and back. I've had to earn this opportunity. You might put me down, but I won't stay down. He's a good promo, Ali is. Oh, I'm going to walk out of my hometown of Chicago as the new United States champs. He gets jumped from behind. Let's take a selfie, please. Oh, let's take a selfie, please. Theory jumping Ali from behind. I must say, I do not like the sound of a belt's Velcro being undone. Nothing says prestigious championship quite like where you can hear the Velcro being ripped. Didn't like that at all. Velcro. Championship belts are to be, do you know what I mean, metal and nice and prestigious and studs. Not. So, that was a downer. But I did like selfie, please. Yeah. I'm into that. Yeah, I'm into this. I'm into Hell in a Cell. Not really into that Lashley Omos MVP stuff. Not into that. I think AEW needs to sort their pay-per-view structure to stop fans from burning out. I agree. Even if they just put in, like, some interview segments or something, or... I mean, maybe you can get away with that length of pay-per-view, but I just don't think you can fill that whole time with match. Ezekiel against Kevin Owens. They're just running down the Hell in a Cell cards. Belts are made with Velcro and aluminium. Aluminium. Velcro and aluminium. Aluminium. It's a weird word. It's a word I never have to say. Aluminium. Aluminium. I feel like I'm talking about the Minions. Aluminium. 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 Is it Minium? Minium. Aluminium. It's my word of the day, guys. Word of the day. Well done. Word of the day. Aluminium. Right, here is Rhea Ripley. Add in a few comedy segments with John Silver. That would do it. Be fair, I like John Silver. Alexa Bliss was amazing tonight, says Alexa Bliss Gamer. Aluminium. 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 No. 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 Metal. Metal. Metal, that's what we're gonna say. Belts are made with leather and metal. Learning words with Days. Aluminum. Aluminium. It's not aluminium. 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 What? Oh my God. Well, I'll just get the woman to say it on Google. Hang on. Aluminium. Here we go. Aluminium. Translate. Translate it to Dutch. Alright, then translate it to Spanish.
Aluminium.
I love how the second time she says it slower. We've said that before. So the first time.
Aluminium.
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 Aluminium. Here's quick.
Aluminium.
Who the hell are you? Who the hell are you? Who are you? Where did that woman come from?
Aluminium. Aluminium.
Aluminium.
Aluminium.
Aluminium. Aluminium. Guys, it's aluminium. No, aluminium.
Aluminium.
Aluminium. Aluminium. Aluminium. How you doing, Minium? Hey, aluminium. Aluminium. Ah.
Aluminium.
Aluminium. Aluminium. Aluminium.
Aluminium.
She sounds drunk, doesn't she? She sounds proper drunk. I'll tell you something about aluminium. Aluminium.
Aluminium.
She sounds sexy, man. I don't know what it is with her. I feel like she's flirting. Aluminium.
Aluminium.
No.
Aluminium.
Oh, call me. Call me. Aluminium. I love those girls. Keep it real. Keep it real. The whole MJF thing is a work, says Ross. It's a work, which is heading to MJF versus Tony Khan feud. Dream match. Dream match. Aluminium. Oh, I wish I knew someone called Minium now. If I knew someone called Minium, wouldn't you have so much? You'd have so much fun, wouldn't you? Call him up, going aluminium, aluminium. Wow, that's the highlight of my day. Days always has too much fun with those Google Translate ladies. I know. I'd love a night out with them. Imagine that if I got invited out with the women that provide the voices for the Google Translate. Oh my God. We'd have so much fun after a few drinks. Be wonderful. Whereas Finbin, he is the next member of Judgment Day. No, he's in a tag team, isn't he? He's in a tag team with that guy, AJ Styles, and that girl, Liv Morgan, who's in a match next. So you might see him, who knows? Because you might have Damian Priest get involved, you might have Edge get involved, and We still haven't had another interview on a platform, have we? That sucks. They're talking about Memorial Day, which I think is that. I don't know. Is that today? Today. Corey Graves is wearing a shirt that's got the stars and stripes on, and I did see that one of those officials, it might have been Adam Pearce, had a stars and stripes tie on. So Corey Graves saying a few words about Memorial Day, and we get a little video package. Aluminum. Aluminum? What? You alright, William? William. Hello, William. That's how I'm going to start saying hello to William now. Hello, William. Poor Liv. She's been waiting 10 minutes. I know. Is this our main event? Are we just going to keep going to, like, backstage interviews and commercial breaks and video packages about Memorial Day? Poor Liv. It was today. Yeah, I'm in England, and we don't have. I don't think we do anyway. I could be wrong, but I don't think we have a Memorial Day today. We have Remembrance Day, which is the 11th of the 11th. So that's like November. For all you calendar fans out there. Aluminum. No, that's different. Oh, you're saying... Do you say aluminum? It's aluminium? It's aluminium? That's what Google said as well. I mean, here, look.
Aluminium.
I mean, that's literally Google.
Aluminium.
And that's Spain. That's Spain. I've got the English Google.
Aluminium.
Drunk. And I've got Spanish Google.
Aluminium.
Oh, that is sexy, isn't it? That is sexy. You can't tell me that's not sexy. Aluminium. I want to meet her. If she can make aluminium sound sexy, she can make anything sound sexy. It's the way she says it at the start. Aluminium. Like, it's real. Do you know what I mean? She commits to it, and I appreciate that. Aluminium. Hello. What's Japanese? Let me just try Japanese. Oh, jeez.
Aluminium.
It's like a secret. Aluminium. Don't tell anyone.
Aluminium.
It's like she loses confidence halfway through. I love how she says it. It's like, aluminium. That's how it comes. Do it again.
Aluminium.
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 Ooh, it makes me do that. Aluminium. That was Japanese. I love Google Translate. I could just spend hours on Google Translate. Hours, I tell you. Hours. But that's not why people join us and join these streams. Maybe it is. Maybe people have joined us and they've been thinking secretly to themselves, when are we going to get to the aluminium conversation? I've been watching these streams for 2 years and we still haven't got to the aluminium conversation. Although, can I also say that my pronunciation of it now has greatly improved thanks to Google. Just want to throw that out there. Thanks, Google. Aluminium. I love the passion of the Spanish one, and I love the secrecy of the Japanese one. Big fan. Big fan. Right. We've got Liv on the back of Rhea Ripley. Rhea Ripley driving Liv Morgan back into the corners. She's got a sleeper hold applied at the moment. And Rhea Ripley is trying to get her off, and she does by jumping backwards, looking for the pin. 2, shoulder up. Shoulder up. You're adding an extra L in aluminium. I don't think I am. I don't think I am. I think you'll find that I have been taught directly by Google how to pronounce it. And I am doing a wonderful job. Aluminium. Drop kick to the back. Now say anti-disestablishmentarianism. It's easy. Done. It's spelled aluminium, but not aluminium. I'm confused. I don't know. This isn't the aluminium customer services. I'm afraid you've come to the right. You need the aluminium live stream. Which will, I think they do regular Q&As over there. This is us enjoying WWE. Liv on the shoulders of Rhea. She gets put on the edge of the ring. Liv kicks out at Rhea. Liv, head scissor. No. She gets caught, slammed into the barricades. Is she, is that blood on her leg? You're pathetic! You're pathetic! There we go. Days, the Yanks have butchered the English language. Yeah, what's all this? Aluminum. Aluminum. UK versions and American versions are pronounced differently. You could say one's right and one's wrong, couldn't you? But Lacey Evans is in the main event. What? What? Lacey Evans is in the main event? Doing what? Trying to make us cry? Is she really in the main event? I'm happy about that. Who's she facing? Who's she facing? Because I mean, like, there's Becky, Bianca, Asuka that have already been on the show. I don't even know what other women are around. Carmella, Zelina Vega. Who's she facing? She's not in the main event. She can't be in the main event, surely. They haven't even advertised her for the show. They're just going to bring her out in the main event. Nah. Not having that. Don't forget Australian and Jamaican. Oh. Do they do translate for Jamaica? Translations? Jamaican. No. No, they don't. I think Australian is just, it's just English in it, but just with a twang. So I don't think it will translate to those. I think she's going to cut a promo and turn heel. She's supposed to be going heel, moving forwards. So the main event tonight is going to be a promo. That's how my face feels about it. The Hing General. Make Google say aluminum in American. Again, though, I think it's. I don't think it's going to do that. Yeah. It won't translate it because it can't translate it.
Aluminium.
We Yanks clearly don't butcher it as bad as with the whole alinium pronunciation. Don't shoot the messenger. She was scheduled to have a match tonight. Who against? I haven't seen her announced for this. I have not been informed of this. I am very angry. AJ Styles is out there. The Spanish lady did a good job. Spanish lady was doing an excellent job, wasn't she? Right, Liv is down. We've had Damian Priest has come down. AJ Styles has come down. She's grabbing the side of Liv. Liv's doing some good selling. Can you make Google say the Ring General? Maybe. Let's have a look. Oh my god. Imagine if this works. Ring General. Translate to German. Okay, so...
Ring General.
Yeah.
Ring General.
Okay.
Generalklingen.
I'm sorry, what? I'm sorry. Turns out the German is not what we thought.
Generalklingen.
Something to do with a Klingon? Something to do with a Klingon? I don't think you should go calling Gunther a Klingon.
Generalklingen.
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 Well, that's not what I was expecting. I was just expecting General. I wasn't expecting General Klingon.
Generalklingen.
Fair play. No, didn't go the way that I thought. What's the Japanese?
Ingui Bang.
It's so nice, isn't it? Do it again.
Ingui Bang.
Ingui Bang. Everything they say sounds like a secret. Everything sounds like a secret. Hinging ta. So cute. The Japanese. If there's any Japanese watching, blooming love you. You and your secrets.
Ingui Bang. Ingui Bang.
That is General in Japanese. Right. 16 minutes to go. Idris, shout out to you. Sea lions are the only animals that can clap to a beat. Clearly you've never met humans. 1, 2, kick out. Here, girls want everyone, even you. Wow! Naked HD fun. Here, our girls want everyone, even you. Even you. That's hang on. That's abusive, isn't it? Isn't that bot kind of suggesting that we're all ugly? Not happy about that. Liv gets the win. That is harsh, isn't it, when you think about it? Our girls want everyone. Even you. I mean, I'm not bad. No wonder the world struggles with confidence when the sex bots are insulting you, running around, giving you insults. Into the barricade goes AJ. What a mean bot. That is mean, isn't it? It is mean. Imagine if you was low on confidence anyway. You're just, going about your life. Here, our girls want everyone, even you. Even you. Damian Priest. Here's Finn Balor. Balor saves Liv Morgan. Sling Blade. Liv is in the corner. Balor has come to the save, and Rhea Ripley has got a smile on her face. Liv Morgan's going up top, though. Yeah, surely she knows. Missile drop kick. Damian Priest gets caught. He goes down. Judgment Day looks so weak, don't they? Judgment Day aren't being booked to look like this monster faction at the moment. Look, Damian Priest and Rhea Ripley are just getting battered. Tell you, if I was Edge, I'd be very disappointed in these two. Very disappointed. No one wants me naked, says Larry. Wow, you say that, but apparently the bot and the women that the bot represents, even you, everyone is welcome. Axel broke up the Seth and Cody fight, says L.I. Baker. Hello. Tony said, I would like to have a blue wrench next to my name, but I don't have to drop my trousers for it. Well, it's not going to happen then, is it? I'm afraid we've got rules around here that have to be followed. I do like the grouping of AJ, Finn, and Liv, says Connor. Good grouping. I agree. I don't mind it. I'm not crazy on Liv, but listen. I think that she is very popular, and I think that she is going to benefit from rubbing shoulders with Finn Balor and AJ. So yes, I agree. We've got 12 minutes to go. 12 minutes. I don't know what our main event is. I've been told, apparently, a Lacey Evans promo, which scares the life out of me, if I'm being honest. But if it is one where she's going to turn heel, then maybe it's going to be interesting. Right, Hell in a Cell getting its final bit of promotion. They just showed a recap of what happened earlier between Seth and Cody. Cody Rhodes. Early predictions for the men and women's Money in the Bank. I'm going to go with Cody and Alexa. Done. Liv is doing some great work. Bobby and Amos are the main event. Yes, you're right. You're right. Here we go. So this isn't a match, is it? There's this contract signing or something. Bobby making his way down then. We've only got 10 minutes to go. Where was Edge? Oh, he's probably just bitterly disappointed backstage. He's probably just thinking to himself, I've created a faction with two absolute idiots. How are they not dealing with this? How are they not dealing with this situation? Bum. It's not Bobby. Come on, it's Bibby. Bibbs making his way down. Right, Bibbs making his way down. Coming up next, final part of Raw. It's been alright. It's been alright. Did you know that panda drop-ins can be recycled into paper? Can recycle anything into paper. I recycle my droppings into paper. What do you think I make all my UFC notes on? Just saying. Madcap Moss is coming back on Friday. He's going to be very angry. Lacey is going to have her first match on SmackDown on Friday. Just added at Hell in a Cell, a 6-man mixed tag match, AJ, Finn, and Liv versus Judgment Day. Thoughts? Makes sense. We are running out of space for SmackDown matches, though. It's very Raw heavy, isn't it? Very Raw heavy. Legend Killer, shout out to you. Macarai said, I would love to see Alexa as champion again. Michael said, did you see that Simone Johnson has been given a new name? It's happening soon. I don't know what a new name's going to be. Ava Fire? Ava Fire? Something like that. Ava Flame? Ava Fire. Ava Flame. I went full on Delson. Ava Fire. Ava Flame. She, I think it's something like Ava Flame. No. Fire. Oh my god. One of them. Maybe none of them, actually. Let me double check it. I'll tell you. Simone Johnson. She responds to criticism over her new name. It's Ava Rain. Here's me going, I think it's Fire. I think it's Flame. Turned out to be Rain. She shared her name, Ava Rain. Ava Rain. Ava Rain. She's a 4th generation superstar, blah, 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 blah. I could build my entire career around my father and people would still bash me anyway. I probably sound like a broken record and hopefully this is the last I'll mention it, but I don't understand why people are being portrayed as separate individuals from their family name is such a heated topic. A name doesn't discredit any prior accomplishments from any family. So she's saying, I don't know why people are bothered that I don't have like a connection to my dad. I mean, it is true. I mean, she could be called anything. She's still always going to be his daughter. So, I mean, it is true. It doesn't really matter. But I think people would have liked a nod in there to The Rock. Do you know what I mean? Call her Pebble. Call her Pebble. Hey, Pebble. Pebble. Could have called her Baby Stone. Baby Stone. Da 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 da. Baby Stone. Da 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 da. Baby Stone. Da 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 da. Baby Stone. Baby Stone, da 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 da. Baby Stone, da 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 da. We could have gone that way. We could have called her Pebble. Could have called her Baby Stone. But instead they went with Ava Rain. So, I mean, I understand why people are like, oh, it would have been nice to add a little nod to her history. But equally, I can understand her point saying, look, I'm always going to be his daughter. You can call me Aluminium. You could call me Aluminium Sandra. And I'll still be his daughter. I wish they had called her Aluminium Sandra. Mainly because I can say the word now, and I just want to say it as much as possible now that I can say it. I've been on quite the journey on this stream, let me tell you. From not being able to pronounce it to now being able to pronounce it without even thinking. Feel like I've ticked off one of life's big goals that I had for myself. But yeah, she look, Ava Rain. It's not the best name, but I've heard worse. I'm looking at you, Butch. I'm looking at you. I'm looking at you, Shorty G. I've definitely heard worse. Ava Maivia would have been cool. That would have been cool. That would have been cool. Ava Maivia. Ava Maivia. That would have been cool. would have been cool. Yeah, I completely agree. Ava Maivia would have been really cool, but I wonder if they don't want to burden her with that. Do you know what I mean? I wonder if they do just want that little bit of distance. Because she is his daughter, but maybe they just want a little bit of... Because that's a lot of weight on them shoulders, man. If you're expecting that girl to be as charismatic as he was, I feel sorry for her. It's kind of like, welcome to the world of wrestling. You better be perfect. If you're not perfect, if you're not the greatest female promo we've ever heard, then you're going to get criticized. It's a high bar that she's got to try and get over, man. Ukrainian flag being shown. I haven't seen a Ukrainian flag. Dizzle Dog says, thank you for the subliminal messages. I'm going to invest in aluminium tomorrow. You're welcome, mate. Times are hard. You need to know where to put your money. Get it in aluminium. Dizzle Dog, appreciate it. There was a Ukrainian flag being shown. We've got Bobby and Omos and MVP in the ring. There's only 3 minutes to go. Jeez. I realised you're that little weasel that just wanted to latch onto me. Oh, it's like that. I considered you a friend, and MVP said I considered you a brother. This is just my opportunity to take you straight to hell. It's official. I know you're full of anxious energy. Moss stands up. Bobby stands up. The size difference between these two is incredible, innit? Look at the size difference between... But yeah, I've seen them, like, standing next to each other so many times. It still shocks me. Bobby hurls table out the ring. We've got loads of security in there. Amos hurling the security out the ring. The Nigerian Giant. But, oof. There's a guy that just smacked against the edge of the ring. There was a guy that went hard against the edge of the ring, and he audibly made a noise where he was like, oh! Oh! He got thrown over the top, smacked against the edge of the ring, and you could hear him go, oh! Hope he's all right. Cedric Alexander attacking from behind. Amos tries to glide in the corner. Bobby moves out the way. Bang. Contract signing, main event, Top Energy. Do you think we could get a new member of Judgment Day in Hell in a Cell? Maybe. I mean, look, maybe that's where, like, AJ or Finn turns. It absolutely could be. There's also a chance, though, that we just get a win for, like, AJ and Finn, and the feud continues. Because I don't know that the feud's actually going to end this weekend. So there's also a chance that they'll get the win, and it'll continue, and the turn will happen a little further down the road. Table has been brought into the ring. We're out of time here. Amos setting up the table. They're going to have to quickly hurl him through it if that's what they're going to do. Amos has got Bobby. He picks him up. No, reversed. Amos. Spear. Moss goes through that table, and we've got the trademark in the corner, and that'll do it. Dun 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 dun. Bum, bum, ba, dum. Yay. Right. What do you score? WWE Raw. What do you score it? Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. 62675. What is up with Cedric? He keeps coming and going. He's just doing his own thing, isn't he? Living his own life. Right, there we go. What do you score? WWE Raw. Get in your thoughts, and we'll send this baby home. LD Cool. Good night. Austin said, I don't think the second half of Raw was as great as the first. No, I would agree with that, actually. I feel like I got to the kind of 2 hour. It's funny. We got to about 2 hours, 5 minutes. And then I think we had a conversation about how Raw felt like it was quicker than Double or Nothing. And then I would say that last hour was not great. I would say that last hour, it wasn't a chore, but it was probably the worst of the three. And, yeah, I think it probably settled my score down a little bit. But for a go-home show, it's fine. 7 says channel name. AJ says 7. Larry with an 8. Legend with a 7.5. Marissa with a 6. Novia, so 4, says virtual fat ass. William says 10 out of 10. I liked it when that one guy jumped over the other guy, and that woman in the audience went. I've got a Moldavite crystal pendant. It's pretty cool. I will post it on Twitter. Okay. Delwyn 7.5. Let him in with 7. Austin with a 6. But I'll tell you what I'm thinking. I can't in all good conscience score this show higher than last night's show. Because last night was long. But it did have like a new world champion and anarchy in the arena and all that kind of stuff. So I will say that this was a go-home show. I think that it was doing well. But I think that the final hour brought my score down, so I'm going to give it a little bit more, just a little bit more than Austin. I'll go 6.25. I'm around that kind of ballpark. I could go 6.5, but to be honest, I feel like just having a little bit of distance. I gave last night's show 6.75, so just a little bit of distance between the two shows I think is fair. This one didn't really outstay its welcome, although that last hour was weaker. But for a go-home show, not bad. Not bad. Not bad. I'll go there. I'll say I'm definitely in the 6 to 6.75 range. I'm in that 6 to 6.75 range. It's not a bad show. I've had a lovely time. But I mean, look, has there been anything like crazy significant that's happened? No, because it's a go home show. So, or you know, a lot of stuff was already in place, and so it was just the little finishing touches. But I really enjoyed the Seth Cody segment. I thought that was really good. And I would say, actually, going into that final hour, I was probably in like around a 7. But yeah, that last hour's probably brought my score down to like a 6.25, which I feel is fair. I feel it's fair. We've had 156 votes. Let's try and get that a little higher if possible. If we can kind of snuggle up to 175, maybe. I don't know. Maybe I'm asking too much. I dream big, guys. I dream big. What can I say? Austin said 6.25 was my score. Oh, I'm sorry. I must have incorrectly seen what I thought was a 6, but it must have been a 6.25. Everyone, check out Sonny's Twitter page, says William. And Sonny says, oh. So that went well. I keep forgetting Hell in a Cell is this weekend. I know. I only found out earlier on this stream. I know. Right. We've got to 169, actually. Shakeem said mine is 6.25, and you all copied me. Four of Hearts Illusion said, I'm going 6.5. Sadly, the highlight of the second half was the aluminium conversation. Yeah, but we can't score that, in all fairness. That doesn't feature in the scoring. But I do like the fact I can now pronounce it. Channel name said, I've heard either Punk or Page was supposed to turn heel, but creative couldn't come up with a decision, so they are just going to keep them both face. That's interesting. Right, 7 to 775, 31%. 8 to 10, 28%. And 6 to 675, 27%. So people really split with where they are here. 31% going 7 to 75. 28% going to 8 to 10. 27% going to 6, 6, 7, 5. So lots of split opinions. 575 or below, 12%. So, I think that's good. It's good. Listen, for a go-home show, I'm over the moon, yeah? Sometimes these can be hard work. And this one was not bad at all. So, I'm a happy boy. And I hope you're all happy boys and girls as well. And I hope you have a great rest of your evenings, nights, wherever you are in the world. Appreciate you joining us. We are back. We've got Wrestling Escape Pod tomorrow. Can't wait to see what Austin's going to do. Can't wait to see what Austin's going to do. It's going to be a big one tomorrow. There might be a face reveal. I don't know. I can't promise anything. I really don't know. It's whatever Austin has got planned. So obviously he's got loads of time tonight to work on something if he hasn't already. So very excited. So we got that tomorrow. We've got AEW on Wednesday, SmackDown on Friday, boxing and potentially UFC on Saturday, and Hell in a Cell on Sunday. It's busy. Busy. Right, awesome. Thanks a lot for watching. Really appreciate the support, and hopefully I'll see you again next time. Bye for now.